right, YouTube, we are back. Yes, we are back. It has been a long time since we've been back on YouTube, but it's your boy Mikey Hot Takes, serving up hot takes like they're hot cakes. And yes, tonight is the NBA draft, and I could not be more excited. It is a holiday for me every single year. If you know me, you know this. Ever since I was a kid, something about the NBA draft, all right? Early in the summer, it's like usually towards the last day of school. So those two things aligning just always brought me happiness. Hope everyone is doing well out there. But I'm excited. Let's get right into it. Some of the hot topics right now. So they're just saying on ESPN that Paolo Banchero is going number one, apparently. Woj just said there's a lot of rumors circling at the last minute that Paolo's going number one. Interesting to me. See, I like Paolo as a player. I don't know if I like him as a top 3 pick. I think he's a product of this draft being kind of weak at the very top. I think he'll be solid. I wonder if he's a 3 or a 4 at the next level. He's more of a small ball 4 to me, and that worries me a little bit because I don't know if he has the foot speed really to compete with some of the quicker 4s right now. But we'll see. He's obviously got the strength and the size, but it's more so like I feel like he played more of kind of like a small ball 5. I know Duke had Mark Williams, who was a dominant shot blocker, but on offense, Paolo was working in that low block mostly. He had a lot of those spin moves in the middle of the paint. I don't see those getting off that easily at the NBA, but we'll see. We'll see. Cheers to everybody out there. Tom Kelly, what's up, dude? Yo, how's it going? The other big news, Kyrie Irving, all right? Kyrie Irving wants out of Brooklyn, and if you've been following this channel, listen, I know I don't drop videos often. I don't stream that often anymore. Life is tough. Life is difficult. Time isn't always there. But you know, if you follow me on Twitter, you know I am basking in the destruction of the Brooklyn Nets right now. They are just imploding before our very eyes. And I got to be honest with you. If this were the New York Knicks, if the New York Knicks had this type of free agent spending spree, 2 great players, then they get James Harden and they get nothing to show for it, not even a finals appearance, it would be laughing stock season. They would be destroying my Knicks every step of the way. But guess what? The Brooklyn Nets are imploding. And the rumors are Kyrie to the Lakers or the Knicks. I mean, first of all, if he goes to the Knicks, I will be sick to my stomach. You're not going to see me flip-flopping. I do not want Kyrie Irving. Yep. Brooklyn Net culture is awesome. Gotta love it. Brooklyn! Hope you're ready to watch Nick Claxton and Cam Thomas win 25 games next year. The fan base talked a lot of shit just for winning a free agent spending spree. Didn't win anything. Now they're going backwards. We'll see. I mean, I saw the reports. A Kevin Durant package would be the biggest package in the history of sports. Okay, good. I hope they get something for him. I mean, he is Kevin Durant. Like, I'm not surprised they're going to get a lot for him. They're going to get, 75 picks. Big deal. Talk to me in 5 years. Let's go, baby. Let's go. NBA draft. Paolo's going 1, it looks like. All right. Let's get the order up. So we're in unison here. Let's also get the clock correct. I think they're doing 5 minutes, but we can adjust. Let's get the NBA draft order. I know Orlando's picking first. They're going to go with Paolo Banchero. Number 2, we got OKC. A lot of speculation that they're going to be the ones to take Chet. Personally, I am not a Chet fan. Listen, I think there's potential there. There's all that unicorn, 2K, oh my God, he could shoot and he's 7 feet tall and doesn't have a bad handle. I'm sorry. I know everyone acts like it's easy to add weight and be strong. Everyone said that Kevin Durant would eventually add weight. It turns out Kevin Durant is Kevin Durant. Chet does not move like Kevin Durant. I don't care what anybody says. He does not move that fluidly on offense or defense. KD runs like a guard, and he always has. Chet Holmgren, you could tell he's a 7-footer, gangly, growing into his body. He's a project. There's no big man in the NBA with any type of offensive game that Chet Holmgren is adequately guarding for a full game right now. So I think wherever he goes, obviously Oklahoma City is the project capital of the NBA, so he can go there and just be happy to lose for a few years and see what they do. We're getting a lot of Jaden Ivey shots. Knick fans, listen, I saw the rumors come out that Ivey could have been traded. The Knicks are looking at trading up for Jaden Ivey. I don't see it happening. Don't hold your breath on that. I've never seen the Knicks make a bold draft night move, and tonight was the night. I would be shocked. But we'll see. We'll see. That's why we're live. That's why we're here on YouTube. We haven't been live in a while, and the reason we had to go tonight because the NBA draft just brings a certain energy out in me. I don't know about you guys. Maybe you too. If you're here and watching, I hope you're watching the NBA draft as well. And this is being held at the Barclays Center. Excellent. Love that. They're walking out all the green room guys right now like it's the Royal Rumble. Everyone dressed to the gills. Baji with a nice little modest suit for Abaji. Let's grade the suits right now real quick while we're here. Abaji, B. Let's go with a B+ for Abaji. I like it. Banchero, no. Nope. I'm sorry. I know these guys. Listen, I'm not the drip expert of the world. I know you want to swag it out on draft night and want something memorable that people will look at, but you don't want to look like a clown either, right? Is the goal to look like a clown? Because I think Banchero has one of the worst suits of all time. He gets a D+, F possibly. Beauchamp, solid, simple, like it. Let's go with a B+ also. We're handing out B+ till I'm blown away. Malachi Branham, solid, not mad at it. We'll go with a straight B. He's got the Dolce belt. Dyson Daniels. All right, so the Knicks are looking at Dyson. A lot of people like Dyson Daniels in that 11 spot for the Knicks. This suit alone is getting him axed for me. I don't know. Some people say that confidence is key. Sometimes I see right through it. Let's go look at what Kevin Knox was wearing on draft night. I bet you it was extravagant. Then we got Johnny Davis. I like this look from Johnny Davis, man. He's got this maroon getup. I don't know if it's maroon, if you could say that. That Johnny Davis Taco Bell commercial, are you guys not getting that spammed every 5 minutes? I've seen that Johnny Davis Taco Bell commercial about 100 million times. Maybe I'm just targeted. I don't even like Taco Bell like that. Ousmane Dieng. See, I know nothing about him. If the Knicks take the big Frenchman, just that's why we're live. Jalen Duren, I like him too. Listen, if the Knicks were to let Mitch Rob walk, there's a lot of rumors that they're hell bent on keeping him. I would like to keep him. He's a proven product. We won't have to wait for a young center again. But if they do like Jalen Duren, I'm not going to throw a fit over that pick either. Tari Eason's got a green getup going on. Kind of looks like he got slimed at the Nickelodeon Choice Awards. Let's go with a D+. Aj Griffin, I like it. Solid, modest. I mean, these guys don't. Some of them do the right thing, and some of them are just trying to be like, nobody would wear this. You look like one of the Migos at the draft. Come on. Hey, Justin, what up, bro? Gather around. We're grading the fits right now. Jaden Hardy's fit. He kind of looks like he's like in a P. Diddy video from like the late 90s. Chet. Dude, Chet's dad is... Dude, I've never seen Chet's parents before. This is crazy. They walk down with their parents. Chet's dad looks like he played on like some national team in the Iceland hockey team against the Mighty Ducks. Dude's huge though. Oh my God. Chet's dad's like 7'1". He's like 7'2". Jaden Ivey's fit might be the best of the night, I think. He's got the right amount of sauce and the right amount of basicness. Nikola Jovic, this guy is dressed like he's got orientation at some type of law firm. Let's go with a B+ for him. Chet looks like Slender Man, says Justin. Yeah, he does. I'm not a Chet guy. I think down the road he could be decent. Don't get me wrong, but it's just like, why? If you're taking a top 3 pick, I'm not waiting. I don't want to wait 3 to 4 years to get really good production. You know, I think Chet. We're looking at 3 to 4 years of before we see anything great from Chet if he stays healthy. Ben Mathurin. Now, Ben Mathurin is the guy I want for the Knicks. I don't think he makes it to 11, but if he does, I'll be smitten if they can take him, because I think he's the right combination of explosiveness, shooting ability. But the most important thing is he's somebody that's going to get downhill constantly as a point guard, and we need that last piece for the next 5 to 6 years with RJ in the backcourt that's just going to get downhill constantly, put pressure on the defense, and then the rest of the team can just be filled with shooting. So this is a big draft. Shaedon Sharpe, I wouldn't be mad at him either. I like Sharpe over Dyson Daniels, I think. Those two are really close for me. I watch college hoops. I try not to do too much like G League scouting. I just don't know how much you could take from it. I kind of just take the scout's word for it on G League guys. But for college, Jabari Smith, he's a safe top 3 pick, and I'm happy for his sake that he won't be going number 1 overall, because I think Jabari Smith is more of like a Jaren Jackson Jr. type. Really good, solid young talent, like could be a star, but I don't know if he's that guy you want to take that shot with on the number 1 pick. I think his ceiling could be lower than what people say. I think he's more of like a stretch 5. Obviously could block some shots, but I don't know. I don't know if the rest of the game is going to get there. We'll see. Ty Washington, I'm not a huge fan of him for the Knicks. Like, I would be upset if they took Ty. I think there's other options I would explore over Ty Washington. I would take Shaedon Sharpe over, obviously, Ty Washington, as most people would, I'm sure. But they are really walking these people down like it's the Royal Rumble. They're dragging this out. Blake Wesley, I like him a lot too. We'll see where he falls. I really like Blake Wesley in late. If the Knicks were to trade down and want to take a look at him in the 18 to 20 range. I haven't looked at a ton of mocks. I go off of my own gut. Obviously, you have to look a little bit just to get a gauge of where these guys are projected to go. But yeah, I'm excited. I don't think the Knicks trade up. I don't think the Knicks trade up. Don't see it happening. Never seen it happen, especially at this level. Sacramento, everyone's like, Sacramento's not going to take another point guard. Sacramento never makes the decision you think they're going to make. Never in the history of their organization have they made a decision where you're like, yep, that's exactly what I would have done. So they took Halliburton, and then they traded him away 2 years ago, 2 years later. Guy was becoming a star. By the way, that is the last NBA draft stream I did 2 years ago. The Obi Toppin Halliburton controversy. At the time, if you go and watch it back after this, go back and watch my 20 NBA draft stream. I wanted Halliburton night of. The Knicks took Toppin. I didn't freak out. You know what I said? Toppin could develop into something. He's the only guy in this draft that's got that freak athleticism. Right now, you'd still say, hey, Halliburton's a better player long term. But I don't know. I think Obi Toppin in the right system, given a lot of run. The thing about Toppin that bothers me, though, and I am happy that down the stretch he did get that confidence up, I'm worried about Obi Toppin. Whenever he gets that first full season, he's going to have a learning curve of playing a lot of minutes. And I don't know when that's going to happen. So the Knicks need to figure out the Randall Toppin situation. If they were to figure out a way, why I don't understand why Sacramento wouldn't just take Randall and 11 and, I don't know, Quentin Grimes for the 4th pick. That seems like a fair trade. I don't get why they wouldn't want Julius Randle. I guess it's just salary tied up, but he doesn't have that bad of a contract. I've been waiting for Sacramento to take the bait on Randall for a while now. Justin said, I'm hopping on the Jalen Williams Santa Clara wagon. Don't know a ton about him. Just saw him walk out. Didn't watch a ton of Santa Clara. But I hope not. I don't think I want him at 11. We'll have to see if there's a trade down or something maybe. Who do you guys want? Knicks fans, who do you want? If you're a fan of another team, you're in the stream, who do you want? Pop a like real quick for your boy. Other people can see it, possibly. Pop in, say what's up. As always, we're drinking blue tonight. Just couldn't make it to the weekend this week, could we? Just couldn't. All right, it's 8 o'clock. Draft is officially supposed to begin now. Paolo's going number 1, so that's pretty much settled, it looks like. Then we go to OKC, and that's kind of where the draft starts. Does OKC flip their whole plan? Because it looked like Jabari was going number 1 for a majority of this build-up. And now OKC was probably just going to take Chet. But now if they have two centers, long centers on the board, do they take Chet or Jabari? That's the question for OKC. I would take Jabari in a second over Chet. But who do you guys like? Did not make any bets. I don't like betting on the NBA draft. Number one, it feels like betting on WWE or like the Oscars or something. Like it's like predetermined kind of. So why? I don't know. I feel like the lines are fishy when there's intel that Vegas may have that we don't have. So I just don't like betting on drafts. NFL draft may be a little bit different because it's just a lot more unpredictable, I think. But the NBA draft usually goes kind of chalky. Usually, like maybe one guy falls occasionally, but NFL draft, you really don't know what's going to happen most times. So I understand betting on that. And there's like 7 rounds, obviously. So, what about you, Tom? What do you got tonight? I did see like on Twitter that, or somebody texted me that Jabari's line was flip flopping from being number 1, like he was a huge favorite, then he dipped, then he went back to huge favorite. So, if you got him when he dipped, or you got him at all, you're screwed because Paolo's going number 1. So that's why I don't bet on the draft. And then if you waited till like now, you obviously can't even bet on it. So. Let's go. The build-up is insane. We already know who the first pick is. Which feed should I be watching here? Is this the regular feed with Jay Billis? Or is there like they have that like mushy feed where they talk to the parents and stuff? I don't really know if I want that. I'm going to go with the nerdier one, the basketball one. Only one bet. Mark Williams to go to the Bulls at 25-1. Okay. That would be a good pick for them. Wouldn't be mad at that pick for them at all. They'd have a rim protector right away. That's all he would have to do. All right, we got silver. It's time. Get the volume up a little bit. Home of the Brooklyn Nets. Not one person cheered. What a shame. Let's go. I'm excited. Get it going. Let's get Paolo out there. And I want to see some trades. There's got to be some trades tonight. There has to be. Nobody has any cap space. These teams are going to be moving and grooving. I really don't want the Knicks to do like some conservative trade down though. Like they just need to be adding the best talent they can. I really have liked the way they've drafted since Leon Rose has popped in though. I do. I like Mathurin if we stay at 11 and he drops, but hoping for a trade up, never going to happen, says Justin. Yeah, I'm with you. I like Mathurin at 11. If Mathurin isn't there, then we got to reevaluate. We're going to have to make this, like, I really don't know how the 4 through 10 picks are going to shake out in this draft. I haven't done, like, team-by-team research on what they're looking at and who they're targeting, so. All right, 1 second, guys. I got to turn something off. The air conditioner's too loud. All right, we back. Let's get it, Silver. He's been rambling this whole time. Didn't miss anything. Well, tell me when to start the clock. I like Mathurin 11. Dyson Daniels, I don't know enough about. Like, I'll take him. I want them to target a point guard and take somebody. That's it. Find a point guard, take one. Somebody with some offensive ability and can play some like just take an athletic point guard that could possibly run it for the next 5 to 6 years. Nick's Twitter keeps telling me give quickly a shot at point guard. I think that's a terrible idea. I think he's a 6-man. If he's not a 6-man, then he's like an off-ball guard that you sit down or like platoon him with somebody if he's not hot. Because I haven't seen enough. If you watch quickly run the point, he kind of just waits for a switch. And it kills like 20 seconds of a shot clock. He needs to like figure out how to move an offense, run around, like move the ball, move without the ball. Would you trade Mitch, Cam, and 11 to get 5 if the Kings take Murray? Would you trade Mitch, Cam, Reddish? Yeah, I would trade Cam Reddish. Like I have no allegiances to him. He might be a good player, but Mitch would hurt, but yeah, I would do that. I would trade Mitch and Cam. You're freeing up salary. Mitch is going to require a pretty penny. They're going to have to free up some space for Mitch. So it would kill me. Like I wouldn't want to see Mitch go, but if you're letting them go to the 5th pick, whoever the 5th pick is, who is it? To Detroit? Yeah, you can let him go to Detroit. You can let Mitch go to Detroit. I wouldn't be mad at that. Keegan Murray I like, though. I do like Keegan Murray. He's boring. Doesn't have the same like bravado as a lot of these guys in the draft, but he's just going to be so solid. He could be a role player right away, or if you gave him like a bunch of shots and gave him the ball right away, I think he'd be pretty good. So I like Keegan Murray a lot. I think it would have to be a sign and trade, Justin. I don't know. There's a lot of like discussions on sign and trades. Yeah, would need to be a sign and trade. Exactly. So Paolo's going number 1. Let's bring the clock down to 3 minutes because it's how much is left. And here we go. So Paolo's going number 1. That starts number 2. Who do you think OKC takes? I personally think they should take Jabari now that the draft is shaken up a bit. I think Jabari's just ready. They both have the length. Jabari's just more ready. But OKC doesn't seem to ever want to be ready. So that's why that everyone has Chet going to OKC because they just love projects. Excuse me. A lot of crazy graphics going on for NBA, for ESPN right now. I'm watching the Perk and Billis coverage. For those of you out there, I don't see the Knicks doing anything cool. If anything, they're probably going to get frisky in the second round or something because they've been sniping late in the draft. Like Grimes at the very least is going to be a knockdown shooter in the NBA. And 3-and-D, he plays good defense. He tries. Quickly, obviously, is an NBA talent, sniped in the late first round. Yeah, I'm not looking at Twitter. So if you guys know the pick, don't spoil it. I'm watching. This is a live draft. Yeah, Justin, we talk about this all the time. Never understood. These guys are paid to cover the live NBA draft. What benefit do they get from spoiling the live coverage? People just don't have to watch it. All your advertisers, all this stuff that you're trust me, all these advertisers they have would much rather people be watching the 4 channels of NBA draft coverage instead of watching Woj's Twitter. All right, here we go. First pick. There it is. Paolo goes number 1. The Mikey Hot Take scouting report on Paolo is, I really liked him at Duke. He was dominant. I thought he was the best player on the floor in most games he played. My problem is, like I said earlier, I don't know. He's a 4 to me in the NBA. I don't know how quick he is defensively, laterally. Even Knick fans, do you think Paolo can check Julius Randle right now? They're obviously both, maybe down the line, Paolo's strong, but I don't know if he's got that quickness. He kind of moves a little bit of a traditional 4 for me. And in this day and age, I think you got to have kind of a very mobile 4. I'm not saying he can't move at all, but I don't know. His offensive game is kind of like that slow down, post up, spin move type of vibe. So Orlando has Paolo. So they took Paolo. They have Cole Anthony. They got Franz Wagner. Who else? I guess Isaac is still hanging around with his ACLs in 75 places. I don't know. Wendell Carter. I don't know what else they got. Off the top of my head. Wagner is okay. He looks solid. Cole Anthony I've always liked. I don't know if he's got that next level in him anymore, but for where they drafted him, he was a good pick. Yeah, see, look at Paolo on the break here. And listen, he's mobile, he can handle it, he's skilled, but quickness, his game is based on strength and size. So I don't know if the NBA, see, look, they compared him to Michael Beasley and Ben Simmons. Michael Beasley and Ben Simmons. So I don't know if you want those comps, to be honest with you. In the NBA, great college players. Ben Simmons, trust me, is still a good NBA player, but... Oh, yeah, I forgot the Brooklyn Nets are stuck with Ben Simmons. That may be all they have left. That is so funny. It's Ben Simmons' team now in Brooklyn. All right, so Paolo, number 1. We're on to pick number 2. Let's put the 3. I'm going to abandon the clock. The clock is done. We're getting rid of the clock. Just ignore it. But we are going to update the pick. So we know what we're on. For timestamps, for looking back purposes. Last time that was bothering me that we couldn't... it's hard to find what pick we were at in the stream. So there we go. My bet is they're going to take Chet still. I think Orlando taking Paolo did nothing to OKC. I think OKC just locks in on their guy and took him. We're getting a custom Coach K. Oh, my God. I'm sorry. Coach K, love him. Like, great coach, all that jazz. But, like, he's getting long in the tooth. Yep. I'm watching Paolo talk to Monica McNutt with his mom. Is this like the corny one? I want the basketball one. Not the sappy one. Nah, they're both doing the same thing. Now I just put MasterChef Espanol on accident. All right, there we go. Yeah, there's both channels, ABC and ESPN, have Monica talking to him and his mom right now. And they just gave us that super corny Coach K. Yeah, Woj is spoiling every pick. I just don't understand it. I don't understand it. I would love an interview with Woj and why he does that. Like, such a smart guy. Seems like a really nice guy, Woj. Everyone loves him. Why do you ruin the NBA draft every single night? Every single year? Like, why? Elton Brand, Kyrie Irving, Zion Williamson, Paolo Banchero are your Duke number 1 overall picks. Okay, yeah, I'm on the Billis one. He's on ESPN, but they're just like, it looks like Monica McNutt is on interview duty, and they're taking that coverage for both channels every time. Jabari Smith looks so young, man. I would take Jabari number 2. Oh, Stephen A is on one of them. I'll watch the highlights. I can't do a full draft of Stephen A. Chet looks kind of crazy. Listen, I'm sure he'll be good. I'll say it a million times. I'm sure he'll turn out to be all right in some respects, but he could very well just be like Sean Bradley, Porzingis. Maybe slightly better than those two. Like, those guys were pretty good. They put up good numbers, but how long were they didn't hit those heights? No pun intended. Here we go, Thunder. They took Chet. See, I told you they're just gonna. Everyone had them taking Chet, and it seemed pretty obvious. OKC clearly loves their skinny projects. Dating all the way back to Kevin Durant. They love a skinny project. Chet Holmgren to OKC. I probably will not watch. There's a good chance I don't see him play for another 2 years because I'm not watching OKC for 2 years. I'll be shocked. Unless the Knicks are rumored to get Shai Gilgeous, then I'll start watching. I mean, he's going to block a couple shots. He looks like a walk. He was going to get an easy foul trouble. Dude, think about, we got some Knicks fans here. This is a Knicks associated channel. Julius Randle is going to destroy Chet Holmgren. And nobody is telling us, Knicks fans don't think Julius Randle, we don't think he's God. He's like a mid-level, a slightly above average player, if you want to give him that. And he will. I have utmost confidence that he will destroy Chet if he had to play against him. If Chet was playing the 4 and Randall's playing the 4, Mitchell Robinson is getting boxed out by Chet Holmgren. No shot. No shot. Literally no shot. 3 years from now. Talk to me about Chet in 3 years. Josh Giddey and Shai Gilgeous and Chet Holmgren. This is like some type of bad 2K roster build that we did 3 years ago or something. Perk is saying he's a cross between Chris Stapps and Giannis. A cross between Kristaps and Giannis. What? Giannis? Everyone's gonna be like, Giannis was so skinny when he first came out. Giannis probably couldn't eat food. No offense, he was from Greece. Like he was probably poor and stuff. I think there is stories that he was like dirt poor and all this stuff. Chet Holmgren has been a top American basketball prospect. Gonzaga probably gave him like $500K last year to go there. He can't find a Mickey D's. He can't find a Big Mac. Houston on the clock. They're easily taking Jabari, right? Adam Silver looks like he could be Chet's much older, weirder brother. Adam Silver just looks like one of those Persian cats to me. It's a shame to say, but he just looks like one of those. Or the galaxies on Orion's belt from Men in Black, the alien that's in that guy's head. The Knicks are so much better, in such a better situation than all these teams, though. Like, do you guys remember when the Knicks were trash, like 2-3 years ago, when it was like we were one of these teams that were just waiting for years for somebody to develop? It's got to be Jabari at 3 for Houston. And then the draft starts. Sacramento at 4. They're going to take Ivy. Come on. There's no way Ivy falls to the Knicks. 0%. Billis loves Jabari. He's getting the phone call. He's going to Houston. For sure. Are you guys watching Twitter and just, can you not look away? Is that the problem? Woj just spoiling everything? All right, I got to use the bathroom before the 4th pick comes out. All right. Jabari is the pick. We're not surprised. We are not surprised. Trying to stay away, but need it for trade talks. You don't need it for trade talks, Tom. Just let it come in naturally. All these other stuff is just smoke. You know how many NBA reporters just float stuff out there? Someone I spoke to called someone I also spoke to, and nothing happened. But they still report it. Jabari looks so young. I like Jabari. I think he's like Jaren Jackson Jr. type. Maybe a little bit more durability, hopefully. Chet versus Jabari is going to be a debate for a long time. I think a lot of people are going to keep an eye on that. I think Jabari will get out to the early lead, and then it's going to be up to if Chet's going to have to put 40, 50 pounds on, at least. So Jabari's got to put weight on too, but I think he's a little bit more fluid in his movements defensively and everything else. Yeah, like Billis is showing all this like defensive footwork. Jabari getting switched out on the guards and stuff. He could also hang in there and use his length. So Jabari is cousins with Kwame Brown. This is the redemption story, Tom. This is the redemption story. Plus, Kwame Brown had a moment like last year. You guys remember when Kwame Brown was like popping up with videos and stuff? Who was he fighting with? I forget. Was it Stephen A. or somebody like of that ilk? They're comparing him to KD and somebody stop letting Perk do the comparisons. Sharif Abdur-Rahim, okay, maybe. Although I think Jabari's like a good 3 to 4 inches taller. The KD comparison. Just stop comparing people to KD forever. Forever, please. Stop comparing people to KD. And I hate KD as it like I hate KD off the court, but like obviously there's no disputing how good he is when he plays out there. So the Kings have Sabonis and Fox. That's their squad right now. And they got what's his name from Davion Mitchell from Baylor. I think he'll be all right. Mike Brown is their head coach. Okay, Sacramento. I think Mike Brown is a good hire for a team like Sacramento. Sacramento is focused on Keegan. So Woj said it on TV. This is not me looking at Twitter. Woj just said it, that they're targeting Keegan Murray. So there's no way Detroit takes a point, right? With Cade. Please, Knicks, please. Sacramento had no intention of taking Jaden Ivey, apparently. There was rumors all day. Everyone was saying it. What guys, Tom, Justin, tell me what you would give up. What's the max you would give up? Justin, I think you texted me it earlier, but put it in the chat again so we can talk about it. What's the most you would give up for this Ivy pick? I like Ivy a lot, don't get me wrong. I think he's going to be a beast in the NBA. And him and RJ as just like a huge backcourt could be something nice. That could be a lot of bricks also. Like I don't love his jumper as much as everybody else. I kind of like. So what's good about this is, for me, is that if it also pushes the rest of the point guard lineup down, right? So Ben Mathurin will get pushed back maybe. Daniel, Sharp, all those other guys might get pushed back. Keegan Murray is the pick. Really like him for Sacramento. Solid. But the thing is, they'll probably trade him in 2 years. Justin says, I would go Grimes, Reddish, the 11th pick, Dallas 2023, and another future first heavily protected. You know what? Not mad at that. Not mad at that. I like Quentin Grimes, but eventually you're going to have to give something to get something. Eventually you're going to have to give something to give something. I'd give IQ, Grimes, and 2 firsts if we had to. Wow. So, Tom, you're all in on Ivy, right? You like the pairing of Ivy and RJ long term? I mean, that's a huge backcourt. Love that. the size and the strength of those two could be something. But I don't know. I think the point guard we need to pair with RJ has to be knocked down. So maybe Ivy can shoot. Like, he's not a complete bricklayer, but like, I think his strength is his size, getting downhill, his ball handling too. So, and maybe it doesn't help that the last time we saw Jaden Ivey play, he got clamped by St. Peter's, Jersey City. So that's fresh on my mind. If they want Mitch and we can swing it, Grimes, Mitch, and the 11th pick. Yeah, I'm not mad. Listen, if they go full in on somebody and they trade up, you have to trust this front office in their drafting so far. I think they've drafted really well. So if they really like somebody at 4 and they decide to dump chips into it, and to be honest with you, that might be their best way they can improve this year is getting someone elite in this draft, because obviously we know the Knicks cap space situation isn't great. I don't want Kyrie. There's nobody on earth that could talk me into the Knicks getting Kyrie being a good thing. It would never happen, number one. But number two, I just would throw up if it did. Trying to think of the problem with the Knicks roster is still this Randall Toppin situation. It's just impossible to work out. Are they gonna give Toppin more run? Are they gonna play him with Randall regularly, like big minutes? Because if you're telling me that, then okay, fine. We're gonna run and gun. We're just gonna be the most athletic team. On paper, if you get Jaden Ivey, you pair him with RJ. You put RJ at the 2. You put Fournier at the 3. Whatever. If you want to mix it, you want to put RJ at the 3, Fournier at the 2. Fournier's out there to shoot the ball. You can put Quickly out there some nights too. Then you have Randall and Toppin. Like, that is a fast offensive lineup. Here's the thing. If the Pacers take Ivy, he's an Indiana guy, right? The Pacers take Ivy. I've heard all the Brogdon rumors. Would you guys want Brogdon? I personally would go for Brogdon. I think he's the type of point guard we need, like stable, two-way, hits jumpers, plays defense. Ivy's going to the Pistons. Is that what it looks like? No, you guys don't want Brogdon. Okay, that's what I thought. Not for 11. I don't know, man. I don't love Dyson Daniels. What do you guys think of Dyson Daniels? Have you watched him? Are you buying any G League hype? Looks like Ivy's going to the Pistons, no? He's like in his prayer stance. Ivy and Cunningham. That's two huge ball handlers. That's like two possible stud playmakers for Detroit if they take him. I'm all right. Like, I came in tonight, and I'm not going to be upset until Ben Mathurin goes at 10, because Ben Mathurin going to Washington is going to kick me in the face. Yeah, the only thing I know about Dyson is that he fancies himself a defender. That's what I picked up from like all this pre-draft stuff about him. It's just impossible for me to actually translate G League. Like, there's so many years of us going off of college tape or even in high school, those guys were no doubters or complete busts, like Kwame Brown or Kevin Garnett. Like, that was the spectrum for high school picks. So these G Leaguers to me are like the same exact thing. They haven't been tested or competitive in a competitive environment. Like the G League, I don't care what you say, there's guys trying for roster spots. They're just trying to put up numbers and get noticed somewhere by a pro team somewhere that's going to pay them what they want. They're not like worried about winning G League titles. Sharp. I would trade if you're going to trade up to 7, get Mathurin for me. Wow, Detroit took Jaden Ivey. Okay. That was always a pipe dream. I'm very interested to see the Jaden Ivey, Cade Cunningham combo. I like Jaden Ivey, don't get me wrong. Like I'm a little bit salty because I would have loved to have seen the Knicks find a way, but we were always just hoping. Dude, just get me Ben Mathurin. Now I'm all in on Ben Mathurin. I was this morning, I was yesterday, I was the day before that. As the Knicks pick closes in, we're now at the 6th pick. Jaden Ivey just went number 5 to Detroit, for those of you keeping score at home. Elite speed, start and stop explosiveness. I can't talk today. Start and stop explosiveness. I agree. Those are his strengths. I want the Knicks to just get a sniper with speed. That combination needs to be found. And ball handling. Like, I'm sorry, quickly you would call a sniper with speed, but he's just, if you know ball, he's just not a natural point guard. It's just not going to work. For me, maybe they could be decent if quickly he's a point guard instead of Alec Burks, but like that's not what we're trying to aim for. We're trying to find like an elite, next level ball handler for the next 5 to 6 years. And if you're trying to tell me quickly is that main guy running the offense every night, I'm not sold yet. I love him as the Lou Williams type. Lou Williams, Jordan Clarkson, those are the guys that quickly should be trying to be. I mean, Ivy is just a freak. He's so big and quick. They're comparing him to Ja Morant. I mean, he's a good 4 inches taller than Ja. A good 50 pounds heavier. They're both quick and have that same hairstyle. That's the comparison. Thanks, Perk. Perk is like 0 for 7. No, 0 for 5. Sorry, I'm ahead of myself. He's 0 for 5 on the comps. Here's my thing. If Ben doesn't get to us, is there another guy that can even get into the rotation, assuming we get Mitch back? I don't know. I don't think Tibbs loves to play rookies right away anyway. I think Johnny Davis would get some minutes. I just don't want to draft another forward because I feel like we're just like stacked in that 3-4 area. But they got to do something. They got to figure out something with Randall and Toppin, man. Like that's what's bothering me so much about this roster because I'd really like what I saw from Obi. Obviously, everyone liked Obi down the stretch. He's super exciting. He's getting better. Randall, to me, it's just crazy. Obviously, Randall had a bad season and regressed a lot last year, but it's like he's not making a ton. He's not making John Wall money. He's not immovable. He was on an All-NBA team less than 2 years ago. So just like the fact that they haven't been able to ditch him and they're still holding on to him confuses me. Aj Griffin is probably better than Grimes. I don't know. I think Griffin might have the more of the upside, but I think I like Grimes' like mobility. Like he's so laterally quick. The way he like gets his shot off is quick too. Please, Ben Mathurin fall. That's all I need. Jay Billis has Dyson Daniels ahead of Ben Mathurin. And he has Sharp ahead of both of them. So Shows what I mean. I haven't watched the G League, so and my job is I probably don't get paid. I definitely don't get paid millions to cover it like Jay Billis. Maybe not millions, but Jay Billis is making a pretty penny. Don't get it twisted. Pacers. God damn it. Of course, Indiana takes him. I'm pissed. I wanted him. I think that's a good pick. I'm tight. I wanted Mathurin. Yeah. The Pacers draft well. They have to. They never really land anybody in free agency. Like remember when they sniped Paul George and then he left as soon as he could? Sabonis, they got rid of him, but they draft really well. Brogdon. I love Ben Mathurin. I really do. I'm not going to hate. I think Brogdon is gone, though. I don't really want Turner either. I actually kind of like Brogdon more than you guys, it sounds like. I guess the injury concerns are legit. And he does make a lot of money, so does anyone know? Can you guys look up Brogdon's contract? Is he a free agent next year? Because I would take 1 year of him. Why not? And then if he balls out. Yeah, I love Mathurin. OG and it, like, oh my God. They got to pay me to do the comps. Perk is absolutely lost his marble. He's comparing Ben Mathurin to OG Anunoby. I don't get it. Explain it. I don't think their games are remotely similar. They have Ben Mathurin as a forward? I'm confused. There's no way he's a forward in the NBA. $2 years left at $22 million each. I don't know if. See, that's the thing. You got to see what the market is because I don't think they just took Mathurin. It seems like the market is kind of cold for Brogdon. You guys are saying there's injury concerns and all that. I mean, obviously, Knicks history, you don't want to take a shot on injury guy, but I just think Brogdon would just be so solid. He would just be so safe. The Knicks never take, like, a safe point guard. Whenever Brogdon plays, he'll probably be the best point guard the Knicks have had. I mean, D-Rose in spurts, but D-Rose, it's all spurts with him. Tom is incorrect, so he's got a player option. So, who knows? Maybe he'll probably stay on that, right? You never know. With a player option, I like that. That means he's going to have to ball out if he wants to get paid more. And get that next contract. Tom read the first sentence he saw on Google. Always a mistake, Tom. You probably read some phishing scam. So the top, Shaedon Sharpe, Kentucky, and Dyson Daniels are the top two guys on Billis's board. If they take Dyson Daniels, I'm going to have to do so much. I'm going to fall into such a wormhole tonight on watching videos on him. And then tomorrow morning, he'll probably be considered the next greatest player in the NBA history by me. Once they take him. Because I know nothing about him. Like, I've said it 10 times already in the stream. The G League guys, they're just not in a competitive environment. So numbers don't mean anything to me. Especially these Ignite teams, they seem like AAU teams. They're just extra AAU teams. Tom and Justin, you guys have absolutely confused the hell out of me for this Brogdon contract. I'm gonna have to read through this whole conversation again. He's a free agent next year, so we're gonna trade a lot of essence. Okay, free agent next year. I'm just saying I wouldn't hate healthy Brogdon just stabilizing things for a little while. All right, we got a commercial break. I'm gonna grab the second BL. It's almost Knicks time, ladies and gentlemen. It's almost time. All right, we're back. Almost dropped the BL. Caught it, though. People like Daniels, I don't love Johnny Davis. You said Johnny Bryan. I think you mean Johnny Davis. Not athletic enough. I hear you on that. Kind of a Wisconsin type of guy. Doesn't flash you, but skilled. Portland. Shaden Sharp to Portland. So we got back-to-back Canadians. Ben Mathurin and Shaden Sharp. Canada's on the come-up. Canada basketball. RJ is going to be captaining these Kings in a couple years in the Olympics to a silver medal. You'll love to see it. Yeah. Last 3 years for Brogdon, games played 54, 56, 36. Yeah, that's tough. Fair. I don't know. Maybe just because he's always healthy when he plays the Knicks, and he puts up like a cool 28 every time he plays against the Knicks. That I feel like he's solid. But every time I watch Malcolm Brogdon play, like he would be solid. But yeah, if the injuries are concerned, he's making that much money. You never know, though. What if, like, Indiana would take Randall off of our hands and, like, I don't know. You never know. Would you rather keep Randall? Say you can get, like, Brogdon and, like, I don't know, a young player or a pick. Shaden Sharp. Yeah, he's playing in glorified AAU games here. I mean, obviously he jumps out of the gym. He's a freak. How could they possibly say he's from the University of Kentucky? How can they possibly say he's from University of Kentucky? They don't have one highlight of him in a Kentucky. They have him warming up in practice in a Kentucky jersey. He never played in a game. Or am I bugging? Did he actually play in Kentucky games? Am I bugging? I feel like he never played. It's a good pick for Portland. They just traded CJ. They still have Dame. They need a wing. Side note, I really love Jeremy Sochan from Baylor. Like, he's a terrible fit for the Knicks, but I just love him as a player. Randall's value isn't negative, meaning we won't have to attach a pick to get him off our books, but it looks like at the same time we're not getting Brogdon, a young guy. Yeah. So my question would be, do you think Randall for Brogdon straight up is a good deal, or do you think just Randall's durability and just like the fact that he's out there every night trying or somewhat trying is more valuable than Brogdon? Because personally, I don't know. Like, It's not that I don't like Randall at all. Like he could surprise us again. Who knows? But it's the fact that he's blocking Toppin and Tibbs has not shown the confidence to play both of them at the same time. Personally, I would go super big and put Randall at the 3 or Toppin at the 3 and just, if you still want to play that rim protector, Mitch, Sims, whoever, just do that. Instead of trying to do the two big, call Randall and Toppin 2 big men, call one of them a 3 because they both move like 3s. Really, they have the speed and the foot speed of 3s, and that's what I'm worried about with Paolo, because if you look at Toppin and Randall, who obviously they're not the greatest players in the world, and we're talking in a Knicks bubble here, but at the very least, they have the lateral speed and quickness to the point where I'm confident they're going to be on the perimeter and at least able to somewhat defend. I don't know that about Paolo. I think he's a little bit slow-footed defensively. Not a good deal. Okay. Yeah, I would keep. I mean, the thing about Randall that people underrate is that he does. I don't even think when he was injured last year he was actually injured. I think he was just taking games off because the season was over at that point. But or the team basically was take a rest. What do you guys think of my idea of just playing Obi and Randall at dual forward positions? No need to put a label on 4 versus 3. I guess Randall would be the de facto 4 just because he's stronger, but either one can switch onto a big man, no problem. Obviously, some of the 3s, if one of them has to guard Tatum for a full game, could be a problem, but you'd have to adjust. You put RJ on the number 1 wing, and then you'd have to adjust, but I think there's some ability to put. All right, here's New Orleans. This is a big pick. There's Daniels going to New Orleans. So, Knicks fans, what's going on here? Everybody we want is gone. Typical Knicks draft. I don't even know if I wanted Daniels, to be honest with you. Now I think he'll be trash because he didn't get taken by the Knicks. At least they'll save me the agony of watching G League highlights. 3-point shooting would be a big issue. I mean, yeah, on paper. But Randall shot 41% 2 years ago. The 3-point shooting is always going to be a problem if Randall's playing number 1 guy and playing all those minutes and shooting 27% from 3 or whatever he shot last year. It's just simple and plain. He needs to at least be shooting in that 34 to 35% range to be super effective. And the whole team to be effective, unless he's going to take a lesser role, lesser usage, which I don't think he has in him, to be honest. I think he thinks he's a star. Yeah, Billis is saying he's a defender. Dyson Daniels. Doesn't seem like a super athlete, though. Seems kind of long, but slow. He does seem slow to me. Dyson Daniels. All right, we're getting into the danger zone. Knicks pick in 2 picks. San Antonio is on the clock. They could pretty much use anything. I could see them taking Jalen Duren, or I could see San Antonio taking a big Jalen Duren prediction, or Johnny Davis. I would like them to get Johnny Davis. Oh, the Knicks are screwed. If we take the French guy, man, I'm gonna flip. I know the Knicks worked out Ty Washington and Abaji from Aj Griffin to Spurs is Tom's call. Interesting. Do you know something here, or are you just saying it? Devin Vassell 2.0. Yeah, thank God I don't know. I think Griffin's a little better than that. I think if we're out on Ivy, we throw a stupid package at DeJounte Murray with. You know what? That would get me pumped. That would get me pumped. I would be super excited with DeJounte Murray and RJ Barrett. Then we would be the best lefty roster ever assembled, possibly. I'm sorry. I know, like, it's tough to say. You can't put yourself in everyone's shoes because these guys, Dyson Daniels put no pressure on himself and still got a lottery selection. Jalen Green was picked second last year, putting no pressure on himself for a year, getting paid earlier. So it's hard to hate. Like, I understand why you would do it, but I think as a player, if you really want to better yourself and compete, go to college for that 1 year. And if you really back yourself, say you slide 10 picks in the draft, all right, fine, you make that money back off your own skill and work. But I'm not liking the way the board's going here. If the Knicks take Ousmane Dieng, the stream's ending. Just letting you guys know. That will be the stream ender. Ousmane Dieng. Damn, Billis has EJ Liddell really high. Really high. Didn't he play 4 years at Ohio State? He's kind of like, I guess, like a Grant Williams maybe type. I would trade IQ, Randall, Reddish, and like 3 picks for him. Yeah? I would take DeJounte. If you could somehow get DeJounte and RJ Barrett and Toppin, I think that's a fun team. And then you just fill out the rest of the roster, obviously. Listen, Evan Fournier, what do you guys think of Fournier? I don't think that's the worst. Like, of all the things that happened last year to the Knicks, Evan Fournier had some moments for me. Like, that guy put on a shooting display a few times. I think he had one of the best three-point shooting seasons I've ever seen a Knick have. What are your thoughts on that? Fournier last year was on fire. His defense is trash, don't get me wrong, but he gets paid to drill threes, and he was drilling threes. San Antonio is taking all the time. Appropriate contract value. Yeah. For a shooter of that level, that's what he deserves to get paid, I think. Like, he gets hot and takes over, Fournier. Not many guys in the NBA that actually have that ability. Yeah, right? Crazy. He was so bad on defense, though, that it kind of evens himself out. But, yeah, he has some really bad turnovers. It's tough. I don't like him going to the cup. But, yeah, he's so tradable, right? Tom, agreed. Very tradable because that shooting ability is so sellable to a contender. And his contract isn't, like, ridiculous to the point where like teams are hanging up the phone right away. Like, those shooting like that 3-point percentage translates to dollars. That's just a fact. Damn, the Knicks are in hell right now. They're gonna. What do you guys think? Would you take Mark Williams and move Mitch? Would you take Abaji? I really like Abaji, and I just think Abaji and RJ could be really interesting little wing combo. They're dragging out the Spurs pick. Holy crap. I'm getting antsy over here. What's the feeling for... I'm so torn on Brunson. I just don't know about... Brunson. So, like, my feeling on Brunson is he's kind of like Fred VanVleet-ish, who we could have had a couple... Well, we couldn't maybe, but we could have overpaid a few years ago. Are we going to overpay Brunson for... That's another lefty. We'd have the lefty squad. Lefties are crafty. Brunson obviously earned himself some bread in the playoffs. There's no doubt about it, but Listen, if that's the move they make, I'll have to back it, right? Didn't the Knicks just hire Rick Brunson as an assistant coach as well? So here's the Spurs. Sohan to the Spurs. See? Absolutely love that pick. Love that pick. Just, like, can anyone confirm? I'm pretty sure the Knicks just hired his dad. Not that that's, like, everything in the world, because obviously it's dollar bills, but Dallas may need to try to, like, is Dallas going to pay Brunson the big money and then kind of stagnate their cap space for the next couple years? Like, how is Dallas going to be able to afford, like, Dinwiddie on a high deal and then still get better, you know? I think Dallas is going to have to make that tough decision of just saying, like, we hit our ceiling with the Brunson because we can't pay him that much without getting, like, with also improving our roster at the same time. Whereas the Knicks, I think we have a deeper team than Dallas, as crazy as that sounds. I think we have a deeper team. We obviously don't have Luka Doncic, so that's a big difference. But I think a player like that, like Brunson, could be like get the Knicks over that mid hump and get them to be like a really respectable team. Whereas Dallas already is respectable and they need to get to like championship level, if that makes sense. Rick Brunson confirmed a Knicks employee, okay. Descending contracts, yeah, just like front loaded. I love Sohan for San Antonio. Love. Think he's going to be a great player. Spike Lee talking to Jaden Ivey. Of course. Spike Lee needs to make himself known. All right, the Wizards are on the clock, and then we got the Knicks. Who we got? Justin and Tom, my two loyal compadres that have been in the chat the whole time. I appreciate it, you two. Who do you got the Knicks taking? Right now, we're one pick away, so you got to have a think. What do I think of Beal declining his player option? I don't blame him. I think he's turning money down, though. I don't know if anyone's going to give him that contract now. Like, we'll see. Who do you think should sign him is the question. What team makes sense? What if the Wizards sign Beal to a sign and trade him to Dallas for who we just spoke about, Jalen Brunson? Something like that. So Dallas can pay Brunson the max. The Wizards can give Beal the max, and then they do a sign and trade, obviously maybe with like some picks attached going to the Wizards. But I don't know. Boston? Yeah, everyone's saying Boston because Beal and Tatum are friends, but like, I don't know. Then they're running three wings out there for most of the game. They all kind of have similar like perimeter style games. A lot of fadeaways, jump shots. I don't know if that's the best fit. Obviously, from a Boston perspective, they probably would just be like, all right, we need to just add a star now to get the big three going. Tom sees a trade down coming. Why is Spike Lee coming on ESPN? He's going to just cry about not getting Ivy. All right, give me 1 second, guys. I need to mentally prepare for this. I just said a prayer to the gods. I don't really know who I want. I really don't know who I want. Listen, I'm not mad at Aj Griffin. He can shoot the ball. RJ is athletic. Toppin is athletic. Robinson's athletic. We need somebody who could shoot the ball and doesn't cost $30 million. Although I guess Grimes can do that. I'm getting nervous. If they take Ousmane Dieng, I'm going to flip out. Aj Griffin's from New York too, right? I'm pretty sure he played at Stepanak, if I'm not wrong about that. That would be cool. Well, it's CHSAA on the Knicks. He's going to go 10. Come on, guys. I think the Knicks will get frisky like late first, early second because they have been doing that. Johnny Davis to the Wizards. Okay. Interesting. Johnny Davis, the king of Taco Bell. I've never seen a number 11, number 10, no disrespect to Johnny, number 10 overall pick get a Taco Bell commercial before the draft. I'm salty about this Taco Bell commercial because it literally popped up to me like 15 times in a row the other day. I don't even know what I was watching. It was cable, though. Yeah, Johnny Davis, Yeah. Justin, he's going to have to be really crafty at the NBA level. Really crafty. It's not like super strong, not quick. And he's only 6'5" and 3/4. Like, if he was 6'7", 6'8", I think it's a different story for him. As weird as that sounds. But I think I don't hate him as much as you, Justin, but I see what you're saying. Like, there's no way that scoring translates for him. He kind of has, like, what I'm thinking about for Paolo. Although I think Paolo is stronger and is bigger, so obviously there's a different. But I don't think he has the quickness or at that level of athleticism to be, like, what he's supposed to be at that pick. All right, the Knicks are on the clock. Let's get our ones up. Number 11. Aj Griffin, New York. Here we go. Here comes the banter for the Knicks. One playoff series win in the last 22 seasons. Piss off. Piss off. Did they say that about anybody else? I'm sure that other teams have had similar scenarios. RJ averaging 20 already in his third season. Listen, maybe it's not out of the question that Randall just has another one of those FU seasons that he had 2 years ago. It's all about work with him and his brain. I think when his ego gets too big and he starts thinking he's like, yeah, yo, I'm the best. That's when he's trash. He needs to think he's trash, and then he'll play better. I've never seen someone drop off 15% in three-point shooting in one season. Like, never. Justin, you don't want Duren at all. So that means they're taking him, right? That's basically what you're telling me. I'm not mad. Like, listen, they have to make moves. I know we love Mitch Robinson, and I love him to death, but they need to make something happen. So if he's a chip that they're not going to keep around and they think that they can make things work with, if they think they can make things work with Duren, and they can get something valuable for Mitchell Robinson, which is what they should be getting, something valuable for him because he's a valuable asset instead of just letting him walk, then I'm okay. I think Duren could be a player. Listen, I really don't know what they think of Mitch. Like, I'm very torn on Mitch myself. I think he's a really, really good player, but it's just like the money for how much he offers. He's kind of like a shittier Rudy Gobert, kind of. Isn't it crazy how Barclays Center is louder when the Knicks pick in the draft than when they announce the home of the Brooklyn Nets earlier? Just an observation. Just feel like there are non-shooting bigs for cheap in free agency. Maybe, Justin, but like this, it depends. Like this guy, think about it. This guy could be. I've seen him. I saw him against Chet. I thought he looked pretty impressive against Chet. I thought he kind of bullied him a little bit. He was a freshman as well, so they were the same age. All right, let's go. Here we go, New York Knicks. No! How many times do we need to go to France? How many times? How many times? What's going on? Oh my God. You gotta be kidding me, man. Why can't we just... Yeah. This dude was getting 9 points and 3 boards in the Australian League last year. Absolutely piss off. Oh my God. I probably should end the stream. I'm praying this is a trade. Please be a trade. Let's go. So we just traded down a pick? So we just got multiple firsts. Are we getting this 12th pick? Or they're picking again, OKC? It looks like OKC's just picking again. Okay. So we don't have him. Thank God. At least we have that tape of me freaking out. Oh my. That's why we were live. And thank God I don't have to end the stream. Because I was having fun until that. You know what? Good teams make that move, right? Good teams do that. You don't like anybody at that pick? Okay, cool. So we're just getting the future first. Fine. A lot of nothing for the Knicks tonight. But you know what? At least we didn't take Ousmane Dieng. That was a prank. That was just some of the cruelest. That was so cruel that they did that to me. I was going to throw up. I really was. Now watch us trade back into the late first. Nah, Justin and Tom, I bet you the Knicks get back into the late first and snipe somebody. Somebody will probably be like, eh. Tom, that's a good move, right? You got to get two firsts. Two firsts. The Thunder are absolutely insane. The Thunder are crazy. They're drunk off draft picks. I don't know, Justin. Maybe these 2 extra firsts are like what he needs to get a trade done. You know what I mean? Like 2 Oklahoma City firsts. Oklahoma City has been stashing those bad boys for years. They're crazy though. They took this French kid, 11. Now they're on the clock. They're picking again. Oklahoma City. Oklahoma City's roster right now is giving me a headache. They need milk. Their entire roster needs milk. Yeah, I mean, Justin, like, I hear you. Like, late firsts are good for role players. We need someone dynamic, but like, you have to look at the fact that they don't like anyone for these spots. And you know what this tells me right now is they don't. I could see them trading back into getting Ty or Abaji. Yeah, exactly. You get those first. If they didn't like, if you look at the board right now, it's all forwards and centers. So if they were going to take another forward or a center, then number one, the center would tell me that Robinson's gone because they can't afford. Like, it just wouldn't make sense to draft an 11th overall pick and sit him behind 2 other centers for a full season. That doesn't make sense. And if you take a power forward or like a wing, he probably won't see the floor much either. He'll be behind like the Knicks do have a deep roster. I don't think it's that great, like top heavy at the top, but they have a bunch of guys who can play. I bet you they get back into this first round. If I could bet on that, I would. I mean, they may not even be OKC's own picks, Justin, but the fact that they're OKC's picks, they might be unprotected. Like, you don't know. Like, I don't know. They have so many OKC. You'd have to go and find out which ones they got. I didn't see the Woj tweet. Just looking at what he said. But my reaction, can we please? I'm gonna have to go back and clip that tomorrow. When I thought the Knicks took Ousmane Dieng. What do you guys think? Justin and Tom, was that reaction organic enough? Did I not say beforehand that's the one guy that can get me to end the stream? Michaela laughed out loud. Good. I'm glad she laughed at my pain. Laugh at my pain. But yeah, thank God they traded him. Oh my God. That was a complete 180 once they traded him. I did squeal like a pig. They took a dude who's getting 9 points and 3 boards in the Australian League. Absolutely not. No thank you. How many times we got to take French guys before we fail? You would think France won like the last 10 Olympics the way the Knicks have drafted if they would have took that guy. No, I mean, like, get out of here. Start taking some Americans. I think who's the best Euro of all time? Dirk. Dirk isn't what you would say a top 10 all-time player. He's up there, but I guess Hakeem is not European. He's international. But it's actually worse from Europe. Like, I think these dudes are barely getting. If you're 7 feet tall, you're just considered a stud if you're from France. There's your boy Jalen Williams to OKC. I thought it was a witch streaking. Oh, yeah, true. Giannis probably. McCreary, Giannis all time will be there. But see, Giannis is from Greece. So he's the only dude that you'd ever be like, yep, I'm taking that Greek guy. You look at this Ousmane Dieng and you say, like, what about you? What about him stands out? The 9 points and 3 boards. The fact that he needs some acne cream or what? Josh Giddey and LaMelo were going off in that Australian league. So 9 points and 3 boards. If the Knicks actually took him, I was going to throw up. Yeah, I definitely woke up one of my neighbors on my floor when the Knicks took that guy. Adam Silver knew he was trolling too. He knew he was trolling. That son of a bitch. I've been horrible with the picks, huh? The pick numbers. It is what it is. We're living in the moment. I seriously, there was no faking it. I actually... Yeah, Justin, I'm going to have to look into this Jalen Williams dude. He flew completely under my radar. What do you guys think of Charlotte firing Borrega? Have they hired someone yet? Charlotte, who's on the clock right now? I mean, we really went on the clock just in case on the clock live tonight, just in case the Knicks made some moves. Instead, they pulled the classic trade down out, which I'm not mad at because that means they're scheming in the back. They're scheming. The scouts were saying Williams was consistently the best player at whatever workouts were out west with all the prospects. Interesting. So the Knicks did the Knicks work him out? Do you know, Justin? Haven't been following the build up because it's just like what happened just now. That's why I don't overly scout anymore when you have the 11th pick. If they had the 5th or 6th pick, the Knicks, I would be knee deep in every top 10 pick. But I've obviously seen these guys throughout the season, but I don't think they did. So the Knicks didn't work him out. That's a problem, maybe. We'll see how he does. The good news is he went to OKC, so they basically have OKC is running the G. So you go from AAU to high school or high school AAU at the same time to G League Ignite, and then you go directly to the Oklahoma City Thunder. That's what it feels like. They're like some type of young summer camp for NBA players. I think I'd be the oldest person on the entire Thunder roster. Obviously not a young whippersnapper anymore, but geez, they have a bunch. I don't think anybody has facial hair on their team. The Oklahoma City Thunder had Russell Westbrook, James Harden, and Kevin Durant. Low-key like Kennedy Chandler, too, from Tennessee. He's small, but he's really quick. And he's like a true point guard. We need a young, hungry point guard, man. Somebody who's really going to just, get after it. Aj Griffin is falling. Apparently, I saw somewhere that there was a knee problem with him. AJ Griffin reminds me of, what was his name? Murphy, Trent Murphy. Was it Trey Murphy last year that the Pelicans took? And a lot of Knicks fans wanted him. He could shoot the ball, but I don't know. Just nothing crazy. Just because you're long and shoot the ball, sometimes you make it in the lottery. That's not everything to me at this point. Obviously, spacing is important, but you got to have guards who who get downhill and put pressure on the rim. The Knicks just, other than Derrick Rose, they just don't have that. Barrett gets downhill, yes, but he's not really he's still not a threat to me to light it up from three, like off the dribble. He really needs to, that's RJ's next step, is just like his set three ball, set shot is vastly improved. He needs to stay at that level, set shooting, and then he needs to up his off the dribble jumper. If he starts sticking off the dribble jumpers and threes, then we got a superstar on our hands. Here's Charlotte. This is a big pick for them, honestly. Get a shooter. They should take Griffin. Nah, they took Duren. Okay, true center. Not mad at it. Yeah, they probably do need like a true center, right? They've been. What is Cody? Has Cody Zeller been this Hornets center for like 15 years? Cody Zeller, low-key, has had the longest NBA career of somebody who shouldn't. And he was good in college, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, man. Duren just looks like a beast to me. Also, question, what happened to Imani Bates? I know he had a horrible season at Memphis. Is that just like the main reason? Did he just not come out? Is he too young? Like, I thought he was supposed to be like a bona fide top 5 pick. I never really followed. He had a horrible season at Memphis, like nothing to speak about for the height. One guy I try to give my takes on the NBA draft as long as I have been alive or had a brain cell to do so. I was so wrong on Hero in the NBA. So wrong. His game is just so much more suited for the NBA. It's just crazy. And he might have just been coasting the whole time at Kentucky. Who knows? Yeah, wait. So Imani is transferring, Justin, Tom? Where's he going? He doesn't know yet? That's crazy. That is crazy. He was literally like a walk. So here's the example of why you should do the G League Ignite thing. Because if Imani Bates just goes to the G League Ignite and just coasts, he probably gets taken in this draft in the top 10, 12. But because he went to Memphis and everyone actually saw him struggle at a competitive level, and then he's fallen off now and has to earn it back. Oh, he wasn't eligible for the draft. Okay, I think he was too young. I think he declared for college like super early. Like, I remember him. He was always supposed to be eligible for the next draft. As long as I've been looking at mocks, but I just don't get how he's like enrolled in college and spend a year there and now still can't get drafted. Just confused. Doesn't know where he's going yet. Interesting. Let's look this up. Imani Bates transfer portal. Not expected to announce any news. Okay, wow. Number one recruit has trimmed his options to 6 schools: Michigan, Arkansas, Seton Hall, DePaul, Louisville, and Eastern Michigan. He's got to be from there. He has to be. Dude, I would be sick if Shaheen Holloway got Imani Bates at Seton Hall and got him to pop off. I would like that. Because I remember last year he was like a shoo-in for whenever he came out. He was like him and the French. So next year there's the number 1 overall French dude who they're calling Giannis, Wembanyama or whatever. I'll buy the hype on him because he actually looks like a psycho. Like, he looks like a freak. But I wasn't buying Ousmane Dieng. Yeah, so he's looking at Michigan. I bet you Michigan get him. Feel like Michigan is just kind of like a sleeper cell for just nailing big recruits, transfers, all that. Like they eventually sell people. But I would love for him to go to the Hall. Love for him to go to Seton Hall. That would be huge for Shaheen Holloway, who deserved that job. Perfect like upgrade for him and Seton Hall. Malika Andrews is really good. Got to give her credit. She's really good at what she does. Perk, I don't know what Perk was smoking when he wrote up his comps, his player comps, but they have been horrendous tonight. Absolutely shocking. Crazy that AJ. What did AJ Griffin shoot, like 50%, like 41% from three or something crazy from three? So there's got to be health concerns with AJ Griffin. There has to be. Dude was a freshman at Duke. He was shooting the lights out on high pressure games all the time. Went to the Final Four. Cavs took Abaji. That's a really good pick for them. You know what? Cleveland has been really good. Has been a really good organization. Even obviously they got the titles with LeBron and all that. But LeBron was running their team. I feel like when LeBron's not there, Cleveland kind of retools really quickly and knows how to build a complete roster. I really like what Cleveland has going. They kind of concern me. They are a direct competitor with the Knicks. What do you guys think of Sexton? Would you take Sexton? Kemba to Detroit, and we got Duren, and then he was traded to Detroit also. So we're stocking up on picks. Should I just look at Twitter real fast? Okay, geez. I have Woj notifications on, and I haven't even looked at my phone, so now I have 50 notifications from Woj. The Pistons are sending the Hornets. Oh my God. I have to go back. Shams. Not Woj. Shams. Shams has said, Knicks acquired Jalen Duren and moved him with Kemba Walker to the Pistons. So what are we getting from Detroit? Does Detroit have another pick in this first round? I bet you we got it. Tom and Justin, you guys are killing it for me on the news. I appreciate it, but it's necessary tonight, so I'm not constantly looking at my phone. That's terrible. That's a terrible stream. But I do need to know immediately what we got back for Kemba, and I'm so confused. So what did we get Duren for? The Hornets traded Jalen Duren to the Knicks. Dude, how is Shams reporting this and not saying what was traded? Knicks. So the Hornets traded us Duren. Doesn't say what the trade is. Knicks are trading Kemba to Detroit and Jalen Duren to Detroit. So what are we getting from Detroit? Kemba and Duren. Duren's a decent prospect. What are we getting for Detroit? We need to figure out what we got from Detroit. Because Duren, obviously Kemba is nothing. So we probably got very minimal back, I would guess. But wait. What is Kemba's deal? Like, did we have him for this season too? I didn't even know. Like, I'm clearly not paying attention because once I figured out we didn't have any cap space, I'm not wrapping my brain around every trade scenario in the world. Sadiq Bey. Dude, if we got Sadiq Bey, listen, guys, as we're all Knick fans, Tom and Justin, my chat buddies tonight, appreciate it once again. I'll say it again. I really do appreciate it, keeping me company. But is it not completely foreign to us as Knick fans to be working the phones like this and see all these trade downs and finagling? Like, that's what a team that's not sitting on its hands does. Like, we're not just sitting on draft night like, oh yeah, we'll just take a guy because people said we should take him. All right, I like that. Have some conviction. Do what you actually believe in instead of just succumbing to whatever everyone else says. And trading down, getting two firsts on paper is huge. And we already have, like, Leon Rose has been stashing picks for a while. I know, Sadiq Bey question. I know, I'd be going crazy if we can get Sadiq. I wasn't acting definitively if we like we got Sadiq Bey, trust me. You would have gotten a much more excited reaction. I need to figure this out though. The Pistons are sending the Hornets the 2025 first-round pick via Milwaukee in the Duren trade. Detroit got that pick from Portland in the Jeremy Grant trade yesterday. Some people are just clowns on Twitter. Everybody's saying to free up Brunson money. Hornets took Mark Williams. That's a good pick. They got rid of Duren and they took Mark Williams. Dude, people are overreacting. Knick fans are stupid. Listen. I would take Brunson, like if that's their play to just get Jalen Brunson and run him with the squad, fine. But flipping out because you didn't take like Jalen Duren or Aj Griffin, like that's overreacting to me. I think all of these guys from this point forward like have good role player upside. I don't think any of them have like superstar potential. We had Kemba for another 8.5 this year, guaranteed. Okay, so that was the whole point. We had to get Kemba off the books. That was the point. Poor Kemba, man. I really wanted Kemba to work last year. I really did. He just doesn't have it anymore. Like too many wars for Kemba through the years. Too many wars. In college, man, that guy was just his usage rate was through the roof. But I'm not going away until this first round ends. I refuse to stop until the first round ends. Because I do think Leon is cooking something up. Maybe it doesn't happen tonight. Yeah, I would take Blake Wesley at 22, Tom. I really would take that. Do the Knicks have what's the Knicks' next pick? Can you guys tell me? If they're early in the second, who knows? Maybe we'll stick around. It's Thursday. We only got to get through one more day tomorrow. It just looks so ugly. Ousmane Dieng, 11th pick. Knicks. Thank God it's not there anymore. But yeah, Tom, I would love Blake Wesley. I think Blake Wesley is better than Ty Ty Washington. I think Blake Wesley has more upside than Kennedy Chandler. I don't know anything about Jaden Hardy. I don't love Dalen Terry. Detroit got Jaden Ivey and Jalen Duren. We have the 42nd pick. I mean, listen, they got Jericho Sims at 58 last year, right? And he looks like an NBA player. I don't know if he's a starter down the line, but he looks like an NBA rotational big, Jericho. The Knicks need to shoot free throws this offseason. I'm going to be pissed off if they can't hit free throws next year. They need to try to recreate, like, hostile environments and pressure, or at least some noise, and try to get some type of... Also, question, Justin and Tom, did you guys watch this new Adam Sandler basketball movie on Netflix? It's pretty decent, to be honest with you. It's watchable. Juancho Hernan Gomez puts in a decent performance there. Damn, Atlanta's picking already? Kendrick Perkins wants them to add a stretch for the Hawks. What's good with John Collins? Did they re-sign him? I forget. I really like Sohan. Damn, Tom, you're on season 4 of The Wire for the first time? Justin. Damn, Aj Griffin to Atlanta. It's a good pick. They have a lot of shooting around Trae Young, man. They have a lot of shooting around Trae Young. Season 4 of The Wire. Which one is that? Like, I'm trying to remember. Like, they all have a theme. Which season of The Wire is that off the top of my head? I should know, but I know the first, second. I know the season with the... I don't know if Tom's even up to it, so I don't want to say. Someone telling me the Knicks are tanking. Get out of here. Oh, just really getting into the Marlowe crew. Oh, is this the one with Littlefinger? By the way, Tom, you low-key look like a taller version of Littlefinger. Yeah, Tommy Carcetti. Okay. That dude is a beast. Aiden Gillen. That guy has low-key has a stud resume. Littlefinger. He's in the beginning of The Dark Knight Rises when Bane's on the plane. Like one of the coolest scenes in that whole movie. Obviously, he's in The Wire. Just being in Thrones and The Wire is insane. Like those are two of the top 3 shows maybe of all time. Jabari Smith looks so young, man. I like him a lot. And I like that he went 3 because I think he doesn't fit the profile of a number 1 overall pick, but he fits the profile of a number 3. What's disrespectful, Tom? What did I say that was disrespectful? What are you talking about not great looking? That dude's probably 60. If you look like that when you're 60, you should be praying to the Lord. He's old now. Like if we probably saw pictures of him when he was like in his prime, like mid-20s, that dude was probably good looking as hell. Everyone's saying we have the in on Brunson right now, right? It has to be. I mean, the fact that they hired his dad is the thing that's making me confident. Because if they're making all these shifts, then they must have some good intel. And that is why they hired Leon Rose, because all their GMs just didn't have any intel. And Leon Rose and World Wide West are supposed to have their ear to the streets. So let's hope. Tom, I really disagree. I'm not even just like coping for you. I actually think Aiden Gillen's a good looking guy. Probably Irish too, if I'm thinking maybe Scottish. So true to our roots. Jabari Smith watching his draft pick. He just didn't bat an eye. They were trying to get him to cry or something. Dude just didn't react at all. Kids these days, man. He's probably thinking right now like I just want to get on a Call of Duty. I don't blame him. There you go, Tom. See? And he could fake an accent. We know he could do like a weird little finger accent. He could speak like he's from America, like Tommy Carcetti. And he's actually probably from Ireland or Scotland if I looked it up. Maybe England, who knows. He's from the UK. Houston's on the clock now and they're interviewing Jabari, so that'll be interesting. He's going to have to pretend to be excited. What do we think? Did the Knicks trade back in? Or are we done and we just waiting till the 40s? Just not trying to take on salary and just trying to get Jalen Brunson. Going all in on Jalen Brunson is interesting, but there are worse players. And he will try really hard. That dude's a winner too, man. That guy won at Villanova. He was winning at Dallas. He was basically the number 2 option for Dallas in the playoffs. EJ Liddell is too high on Billis's board. At best, he's like a Grant Williams for me, which I guess is really good, but I don't know. Grant Williams isn't that great. If you put Grant Williams on the Knicks, he's out of the league in 2 years. The fact that he's sitting next to Tatum and Jaylen Brown makes him look a lot better. He doesn't have to do that much. Tom, you think we're done? I'd like to think that, but you'd have to think. Have we not made the most trades of anybody since the draft started tonight? Technically, we're the only team that's made 2 trades. Are we the only team that's made 2 trades tonight? Detroit's been active. I'll give them that. Detroit's also trying to run like an AAU squad out there too, but I think they're a little bit more seasoned to win a few more games. Who is Jake LaRavia? I got to be honest with you, he's completely off my board. That's like the first player in the history of Mike Kelly watching the NBA draft. I don't know who that is. Gibson was just waived. Archie renounced his rights. We have $20 million. Wow. Dude, whoever's pulling the strings, it's definitely not Leon, but he's obviously like making the calls. Obviously, I think it's Brock Aller is the Knicks like assistant GM. That dude's a cap expert. That guy has been clearing cap and doing well with the caps since he was hired. Tari Eason to Houston. I don't know about Houston, man. Houston, OKC, and who was the other team that just picked that I just said? Those teams are like the young, not ready yet squads that I can't judge. I can't judge for another 3 years. We've made 3: OKC, Charlotte, and Detroit. That's right. So we made 3 trades tonight. So what would make us think that we're done yet? And also, I think there's a certain factor of, like, as a Knicks GM on draft night, I think they take 2 players. Something about it tells me they take 2 players. Even if they take somebody and then they, like, maybe they get shipped in a day or something like that. What? So Brunson will be like what? We just sign him? We're just going to sign him straight up? I don't think, like I said earlier, I don't think Dallas will actually go the full mile for Brunson. I think he's valuable to them, but I just don't think he's going to get them to that championship level once he signs up for a big deal. All right, finally, like, maybe we got to our first decent comparison from Perk, and it took the 18th pick. Herbert Jones and Tari Eason comparison. There's no way Perk is watching tape. There's no way Perk has watched tape on all these guys. Tom, the more I watch the draft, the more I want the Knicks to get Blake Wesley. I think Blake Wesley in the NBA could blow up. He's super quick. Super quick. I don't know what else we can clear. So they would have to trade Burks, no? Like, they'd have to find somebody who would take Burks. Or no, maybe, I don't think Noel is movable, so no. They got something cooked up. There's no way they're trading down and getting all these picks if they don't have something planned. And I don't believe that this regime is making moves uncalculated anymore. Like, remember when we were just used to clear space and just pray for guys to sign? The Knicks hired Jalen Brunson's dad 2 days ago. So if they don't get him for whatever reason, and that was their whole plan, like, was to sign him, who knows? Maybe they do trade for DeJounte Murray or make an offer at least. You know, do something, try something. But if Brunson's the guy everyone is saying, and they don't get him, and they hired his dad, and they traded back, and all this stuff, I'll be really surprised. I think Leon Rose and Worldwide Wes have some type of intel. I mean, easily giving up a second with Noel to get rid of him if need be. I think Burks is probably the most usable guy for, like, a good team. And also, he's kind of older in his career, so he should probably be on, like, a contender off the bench instead of Tibbs playing him Russell Westbrook point guard. I'm having fun tonight. If it does feel like I'm hanging out with my boys Tom and Justin. The chat has been light. Shout out to McCreary who popped by for a second. But you know what? We've been MIA for a while. There's nothing we don't expect anything from this. This is a hangout session. The thing is about Burks, like, I actually really like Burks, but, like, Tibbs likes him more than I do and more than anybody else on earth. I think Tibbs likes Burks more than Alec Burks' wife likes Alec Burks. So, for that reason, he needs to go because he's just getting overused. It was so obvious that he was just, like, tiring Burks out. Like, his legs weren't in his shot. He was running all around the court. Tibbs was, like, spamming the hell out of Alec Burks. Getting rid of this timer. Get out of my face. Should have did that a long time ago. But it's good to be back. It's good to be back streaming. NFL coming back. Maybe we'll stream that. Maybe we'll stream some Mets playoffs. If the Mets, when the Mets make the playoffs, maybe I'll do some live streams of those games too. That'll be fun. When? I'm acting like that's a foregone conclusion. That may not even happen. Let's relax. I love Blake Wesley. I would love to take Blake Wesley. Damn, sorry, Tom. Oh, wait, no. Did you say... Oh, yeah, you already lost that Mark Williams trade, bet. Dalen Terry. Not a huge fan. Role player. I guess works for Boston. Chicago. I'm bugging. I like Christian Coloco a lot. If the Knicks could get Coloco in the second round, that would be nice. Sole Mets question of the night. Bring it. I'm going to assume you mean this year, not tonight. Does Jacob deGrom throw a pitch in the Mets uni this year? Yes. My thing is yes, he will, but I don't have any confidence in him being able to string more than 3 to 4 starts together at a time. Oh, ever throw a pitch again? I think he throws a pitch again. But I just don't I don't think he ever, at this point you might as well make him a closer and trade Diaz and just make DeGrom a closer or a setup guy even and try to get the most you can out of him because it's ridiculous. Ever since they paid him, he gave them 1 season. And his agent was the GM, if that's not the biggest collusion in the history of sports contracts ever. I would love to know the actual business behind the Jacob deGrom, Brody Van Wagenen contract that whole year because Brody got hired. Brody was his agent. Brody gets hired. Then Brody signs Jake to kind of a discount a deal. But is it a discount if the guy's you're not checking his medicals or something like that, and you know he has arm damage coming, and you're just looking the other way because you're his agent and his friend? That's how I feel about that. All right, I need to use the bathroom again because we've been drinking these BLs, but we'll be back in a minute.
Jaden Ivey at the G League Ignite. You got some wings, guards. Aj more of an undersized big guy that's moved out for the perimeter. So there's some good options here for ultimately going to Memphis. Yeah, there's a whole lot of options. I referenced the dark side because that's what Kendrick Perkins called Memphis. The pick is in though, so let's see who will be on their way to be walking in Memphis and send it to NBA Commissioner Adam Silver.
All right, we back. We back. Let's go, Just. Let's go. Next year, I need to get the Xbox. Need to get the new Xbox so I can play FIFA with you. Still rocking that PS4. The PS5 is just impossible. Cannot find it. We're on the 20th pick. Spurs are on the clock. I already love what the Spurs have done tonight. They took Sohan. The Knicks couldn't have taken him, just not a fit for their roster, but I really like him as a player. I couldn't believe he was a freshman. I've been rocking that MLB The Show. Tom, you play MLB The Show online, Diamond Dynasty? I'm starting to get pretty good at it. Nothing crazy, but I'm getting decent. So other than the Knicks like trading down, nobody's done anything. The Knicks really have dictated like all the rumors tonight. All the trades have been dictated by the Knicks. Oh shit, Tom's on the foot level too. We may have to squad up, get some pro clubs or something going next year. I haven't played foot in a couple of months, but I got to elite in rivals, and then I stopped because I don't think I could ever eclipse that achievement this year. I packed Mike Trout in MLB The Show, and that pretty much was like I packed live series Mike Trout in MLB The Show, and I had to just start playing it then because it was like some people spend like $1,000 on that card, so I just needed to start playing after I packed him. I packed him in just a random regular pack. It's equivalent of packing a Messi or Mbappe in a regular pack in FIFA. Malachi Branham and Ty are still on the board. I still like Kennedy Chandler. I do like Kennedy Chandler, and I love Blake Wesley. Still some decent guards on the board here. I don't know a ton about Marion Beauchamp. Let's go, 7-3 dub. That's like Jets, Jaguars in London score right there. Also got to elite and had to sweat out every game and got tired of it. Yeah. Eventually, like I got to elite for the first time this year. And then eventually you're just like, you have to grind so hard. And then the players, at this point in the game, like everyone has a stacked team. So it becomes just like a little bit tiresome. And I played over 1,000 games. Up until like May, like beginning of May. Team of the season in Cuckoo is just stupid. I might start streaming some gameplay soon. I probably will maybe do MLB The Show late in the summer and then FIFA the rest of the time. Why not? Like I'm playing a lot. If the Knicks don't get back into this first round, I'll probably end the stream after the first. Just because I'm not freaking out over a second-round pick either way. I do like Trevor Keels. Trevor Keels is available I wouldn't hate him as a second rounder.
His game is going to translate in the NBA so well. He's a guy that is
I would much rather trade everything for Murray than sign Jalen Brunson.
per game score, but he can have those nights where you actually have 30. I can see him coming in and playing a six-man type role, getting his feet wet a little bit instead of going and keep growing and developing.
Well, the Spurs, they have a really exciting player. Let's see who's going to join them, sending it back to Commissioner Adam Silver.
Getting asked what the Knicks got back in these trades.
San Antonio Spurs select Malachi Branham from the Ohio State University.
We put a little bit of chutzpah in that the Ohio State University.
Well, we have to trademark that.
I do like FIFA early in the season, like when it first comes out, and not everybody has sick teams, and then it just like feels rewarding when you have a good team. Like Justin, you've had a sick team all year. Now you have a stacked team, and you're probably playing against people that have stacked teams the whole time, and it's just like it doesn't feel like all that grinding to get a sick team doesn't feel worth it anymore. You know what I mean? That's why I stopped. Like my team was sick. Like in my opinion, I had a really nice team, not as good as yours, but I had a really nice team at that point when I stopped, and then because I started to feel like I would need to start getting 98 Mbappes and or going crazy to get to that next. I don't even know what the next level is. Winning every game in weekend league. Then you're just a pro at that point. Yeah, all you play against is 194, 195s. So the team barely matters at that point. It's all about the game. It's all about the sticks, which I guess is cool. But I almost like it more when the players are shitty and it's you have to build a tough team. You know. Yeah, I mean Justin, your first year of foot, you've taken it to the max. You've taken it to the max. It's almost time for you to take a break, and then when the new one comes out, we're back on it because you might burn yourself out. I don't know. It is a great game, It is a great game. People hate on it. I think it's great. The gameplay is so much I play MLB The Show now, and the gameplay is just so much more stressful. I have way much more fun getting destroyed in FIFA than I do MLB. It doesn't look like anything's happening here. Just going through the draft. Gave up Fortnite after 4 years. It's amazing. I know you're not a baseball fan, or as big a baseball fan maybe as other sports, but MLB The Show, Diamond Dynasty, even if you suck at the game, it is fun building teams and stuff like that. Grinding for cards. They have that in base. It's the same thing with Diamond Dynasty. It's almost easier to get. It's a lot easier to get free cards. What's good with Michael Porter Jr.? Is he ever going to play again? Didn't they pay him a ton too? So that's a little worrisome. Denver is just kind of I worry about Denver burning Jokic out by the time Murray and Michael Porter Jr. Get back healthy. If they ever hit their peak again, Jokic could just kind of be slipping at that point. But who knows? I don't know if I don't see how Jokic. On one hand, I could see how he's always been kind of bulky and unathletic, not super athletic. So maybe he could just keep this going forever and just be the big fundamental kind of. But Also, he's super unhealthy and he's putting a lot of wear and tear on his body, a lot of usage. We gave up 2 second rounds for Duren. What? The 23 and all right, so we shedded salary, gave up 2 seconds, and Kemba and Duren to shed salary. Justin just texted me and says this will crazy. Ian Begley. They're just announcing this.
The 11th pick to the Oklahoma City Thunder for 3 additional first-round picks. And with the 21st pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Denver Nuggets select Christian Brown from the University of Kansas.
So wait, is this 1 hour ago? The Knicks remain active in trying to make a trade to obtain Jaden Ivey. Justin? Christian Brown to Denver? Horrible pick.
Because he fits the system. He's excellent moving around the offense. He's a good floor spacer, and the way that
3 conditional firsts from the Thunder for the 11th pick. This is crazy. And what you're telling me, Justin, like Ian Begley said an hour ago that the Knicks are still trying to get Jaden Ivey, and he was drafted at that point. Listen, whatever you want to say, they're active. They're active. Justin says he thinks we're going to trade Duren and the multiple firsts, and obviously Kemba for Jaden Ivey. That would be crazy. Proposed trade for Memphis. Wait, that dude from Wake Forest got taken too, and I missed it. All right. You guys have me jazzed up, but I don't know if anything's going to happen tonight. But I want to know if something's going to happen tonight. Let's see. Woj's last tweet. Minnesota is landing on Auburn 7-footer Walker Kessler. But there's been... Yeah, so... So the Grizzlies got the Wake Forest, looks like a shooter. People are acting like this night is a disaster from the Knicks. You know what that is? That's just immaturity, and that's just people wanting to put their name on a player tonight, like just wanting to gas somebody up tonight. The fans will be much happier once they see what's done with all these picks, but something does need to happen with them. They can't just keep stacking them up and moving backwards. Eventually something needs to happen. I'm getting a tweet off right now because this is ridiculous. I'm seeing people acting like the Nick.
Multiple players selected in the first round. Walker Kessler started his career at North Carolina.
Like, obviously, I want to make the team better, but just acting like you need to draft someone at 11 or like sell the farm to get Ivy at 5. Just wait. Just wait to see what they do. It's called getting assets. They have more assets. Like, they never did this when they were trash. When they were trash, they would just take somebody and pray. Now they're actually being calculated. They're like, all right, if we draft somebody at 11 or if we trade up, how much better are we going to be? How much are we going to have to give up to get Jaden Ivey? These are the things they're factoring in. Walker Kessler. I don't hate him, actually, late in the draft. He's going to Memphis. They need a shot blocker. I like it. Backup to Adams and Jaren Jackson. I like Trevor Keels a lot. Nikola Jovic sounds like he should be linked to Real Madrid, not to an NBA team, but maybe he's good. Isn't he? He probably plays at Real Madrid, honestly, basketball. Now that I think about it. Sixers are on the clock. Adam Sandler's making this pick. Sandy's making this. Sandy Sugarman or whatever his name is. Sugarman.
Tensions have been simmering between Simmons and the Sixers all offseason. He would never play another game for the franchise.
It's so serious when Woj says something. It's so serious. It's like, this is fact. That's how the world takes it. That's how I take it. I'm so happy we don't have Ousmane Dieng, though. Like, do fans actually think they would enjoy Ousmane Dieng more than just trading down and getting assets and flipping this for something else? Harden's washed, huh? It's a shame. He was great. Yeah, exactly. I would have quit if they just kept Dieng. If that was their pick and they were like, yep, we got Dieng, I was going to be... You saw my reaction. That was organic. I wasn't just making that up. I would have, like, just off of Europeans alone, I would rather them take Nikola Jovic. I bet you he drains threes than Ousmane Dieng. Yeah, Harden is very rinsed. He's got city miles on him, James Harden. Wow. 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 So Memphis is getting this pick from Philly, and they're trading DeAnthony Melton to Philly, which I don't like. I think DeAnthony Melton's a good player. And they're getting back. They're going to draft David Roddy with this pick.
Well, he's an undersized big guy, but he can shoot it. David Roddy was the non-West Player of the Year. Another guy was a three-runner scorer, but a talented player, just sort of undersized.
I'm not mad. I'm really not like even being coping right now. I genuinely think trading down was a good move. This is all assuming they know what they're doing, and I actually think they do under Leon Rose. Previous regimes, I'd be even more worried. David Roddy. Never heard of him. 6'6" forward. This is a crazy pick. Looks like he could shoot it though. Yeah, this dude is like a linebacker that can shoot it. 43% from three. This could be a snipe for Memphis. Interesting. This guy completely fell under my radar, but interesting. Yeah, melt into the Sixers. That's what Woj just said on TV, so. That's the thing, though. Do you think Brunson is a big swing, Tom? Are we getting in on the Jalen Brunson sweepstakes? I mean, the fact that they hired his dad a couple of days ago just, to me, confirms that we're trying to get in bed with him. We're stuck in NBA purgatory with this roster. Yeah, you know what the thing is, though, Tom? It sounds terrible, but purgatory is better than hell, right? We've been in hell for so long. I would sign up for some years of purgatory. Last year was kind of basically hell, too. Like, we didn't even make the play-in tournament. I just think the Knicks need to be in the playoffs regularly for like 4 to 5 years in a row. Even if they're not doing anything in the playoffs, just become an attractive destination because they already are. They're already the most profitable or like most expensive franchise in the NBA. So just if they're the most expensive franchise in the NBA, not at all based on their performance. So if they can get their performance to match their like brand and the hunger from the fan base, then they'll just get somebody good eventually. But we can't be in hell. Yeah, I mean, listen, we're not going to win a ship, but at the same time, like RJ Barrett's what, 22? He just turned 22. So if he's our guy, or he's like gonna be the guy who gets the main guy to come to New York, then we're kind of just got to wait him out. Like, he's not at his peak yet. I mean, he averaged 20 last year, and if we think that that's what he is, then we're in trouble from the jump anyway. So, if we can keep Mitch, somehow get Jalen Brunson, and keep Quickly and Toppin, I'll be happy. The thing is, Justin, like, I hear you on that, but like, number one, Brunson isn't like old. You know what I mean? Usually the Knicks sign guys when they're on their back end. I think this would kind of be like a guy in his prime trying to take like a higher role in a bigger mark, like, or in a. You gotta max RJ. But going back to Brunson, I don't compare him to like some of the previous signings. I'm just saying, like, do they have anything else schemed up? If that's their big ta-da, Jalen Brunson, and we keep the roster the same otherwise, more or less, like, obviously maybe somebody's going to have to go, possibly. But I will have problems if that's the only move. You have to max RJ. You have to. That's part of the issue too, by the way. Who wants to come to the Knicks if they don't ever keep, if they can't even decide to keep their own guys when they perform well? Obviously, like, I saw a stat or whatever that RJ would be the first Knick to re-sign. I don't know. I mean, maybe he gets a little less than a max, but it's just like, what are you gonna do? You're gonna risk letting that talent get out the door? He's probably the best draft pick we've ever had. Since Ewing, at least. I gotta use the restroom again, guys. Sorry. Three tall boys. All right, we back.
He experienced homelessness at one point in his life. I want to bring in our Bobby Marks for more on this wonderful young man's journey.
I think Poole or RJ. I would much rather have RJ. I agree. I think Poole is just a benefactor of, or beneficiary of being on that team. Obviously, he's talented, but RJ's already getting doubles and like getting like a ton of help. Like he's having to deal with main guy problems already. So it's a more proven product that RJ will put up good numbers as a number 1 or 2 option than Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole with Steph Curry on the same team is scary, obviously. So they have to keep him, especially if they want to like stay young and get better. This dude Beauchamp is the most grateful to get drafted by the Bucks. Yeah, I would be crying too if I almost had a chance at a ship already. Dude may be going back to the G League anyway. Golden State's going to have to get rid of Clay, I think. I think Draymond is way more valuable to them than Clay if they have Poole, to be honest with you. And it's sad because obviously Splash Brothers, all that stuff. But Clay is a depreciating asset to me. Clay to the Lakers for like Horton Tucker and like every draft pick the Lakers and like maybe one other decent player that I'm not thinking about. 2 G League Ignite players tonight. I'm trying to find. I gotta look at Twitter now to see. So what I'm seeing is the Knicks sent the Nuggets 2023 pick, one of the 3 firsts they got from OKC for Dieng, and 4 seconds for Duren. Then they traded Duren and Kemba to Detroit to shed salary. So they just gave up a lot. Oh yeah, Wiggins, I guess, would be the guy, not Clay. Interesting. I'm just like reaching now to hope that they do something, but it doesn't look like they will. Yankees and Astros are 6-6 right now. That's interesting to me. Jordan and Judge are the 2 best hitters in baseball. Not named Mike Trout. Mike Trout doesn't count to me anymore. He's just like his own entity, but he's also not relevant because the Angels are trash. Yeah, dude, Leon is up to something, man. They have to be getting Brunson, right? Like, to me, even that makes sense. They have to be getting Jalen Brunson. They hired his dad. Like, the fact that you hire the guy's dad right before all this stuff happens, to me, is just a dead giveaway. The Spurs have won the draft again, and I probably said that last year, too, because they took my guy Joe Wieskamp. The Spurs are killing it. Sohan and Blake Wesley, 2 great picks. Sohan and Blake Wesley are 2 lottery possible picks. They could both be easily top 10 picks in another year. I agree, Tom. Blake's going to be sick. Mike Bray's in the building. This is the first time Mike Bray had a guy go in the first round in how long? I don't even remember. I mean, I think this dude's a stud. This dude has the explosiveness. Like, that first step is really the most important thing as a guard, in my opinion. If you have that first step to get to blow by, and your jumper isn't completely broken, like Blake Wesley's jumper isn't broken, his explosiveness is crazy. I mean, as a 25th pick, Blake Wesley is a steal, absolute steal. I think the Spurs, off the top of my head, Spurs had the best draft. Detroit also got Ivy. Right now they have Ivy and Duran tonight. They got Malachi Branham too, the Spurs. Yeah, they had the best draft. Not even close.
Thank you so much for joining us here on our set.
Not even close. I have the Spurs winning the draft tonight. I think they got three lottery picks across 25 total picks. So they killed it. The Knicks could get Koloko. Koloko is a good pick. What do you guys think? Justin and Tom, up to you guys. Should I stick around? I'm not in any rush. Obviously, I'm going to keep watching. It's more so about streaming the whole time. But I'll stick around for this Knicks pick. Why not? What time is this supposed to go to? Midnight? 11. Obviously running late on that. What are you guys saying? You like that? What I'm saying? The Spurs? I think that's a layup. Yeah. All right, let's go. We're Justin and Tom. You guys are the homies. I appreciate you guys hanging out with me the whole night. Really do. Not that I'm in it for the views anymore. If I was in it for the views, I would have kept going, the whole time. But this is therapy. This is therapy. So now tomorrow morning, I won't have anything to say. We already talked it out. Us three already talked it out. Yeah, Koloko I like, man. I also really like Kennedy Chandler, and at this point, this is when I start looking at Euros and G League Ignite guys. Because if you're like Jaden Hardy, I don't know anything about you, but who knows? You're like a flash in the pan. You could be something. But I like Koloko. And Wendell Moore Jr. wouldn't really fit with the Knicks, but I like him too. Pretty sure the Knicks worked out Christian Koloko too. But he always stood out. He always stood out for me for Arizona. Like, they obviously had a bunch of good players. Dalen Terry went earlier. They have like a Euro big guy that his name is escaping me at the moment. Yeah, Bryce McGowan's isn't bad, but he's a scorer. But I'm just trying to figure out who would actually get run for the Knicks. Like, who would actually get on the court? Because honestly, Quentin Grimes is playing over Bryce McGowan's. He's playing over, and I view Grimes as like the 8th man right now, 9th man. So. So we got a future first and 4 second rounders for Duran. No, we traded that for Duran. So we traded 4 seconds and a first for Duran. So then we could trade that to Detroit to shed salary. I mean, we got rid of a bunch of second round picks. Who cares? We gained technically we gained 2 firsts, traded 1 away. So we got 1 first round pick tonight, and then we also shedded Kemba and salary, right? That's what I'm gathering from tonight. That's the takeaway so far. 4 Duke players tonight. Trevor Keels. If Trevor Keels gets taken in the next 3 picks, I like Trevor Keels, man. I like Trevor Keels more than Ty Washington, I think. I like Kennedy Chandler more than both of them, I think. But I think Trevor Keels is really good. Yeah, what is going on with the NBA trade, the draft trades? Like, how does Woj know them and they can't announce them until another hour later? That's so bad. I'm not stopping until I think the Knicks are done because I need something. I don't understand how we listen. I get they wanted Duren and we wanted to get rid of Kemba, but I don't think a lottery pick is a lottery pick worth getting rid of $8.5 million. That's the question. Because even if you don't like Duren, you could have taken somebody else. What's good with Juzang too? Remember everybody wanted Juzang last year, and he's not even getting drafted this year. Somebody else, Peyton Watson is ahead of Juzang on the big boards. I like Kennedy Chandler. What do you guys think, Tom, Justin? Any thoughts on Kennedy Chandler? I just kind of want to take a shot on like a. Kennedy Chandler was like a top 15 recruit last year. He was a freshman. So, like, he's not maxed out yet. And I just want, like, a true point guard that really pushes the pace. But I guess Chandler isn't really a scorer like that. So, that's probably why he's falling into, like, backup PG range. Malika Andrews thinks she's going to Shake Shack after this. I got news for you, Malika. They close soon. So you're screwed. Unless you've got the secret hookup, which, I mean, I'm not ruling out. I'm not getting paid to cover the NBA draft on ESPN. But she thinks she's getting Shake Shack after 11 o'clock in the city in Brooklyn. You're screwed. You're not getting that. No shot. You lose that battle 9 times out of 10. Unless she's got a PA bringing it to her like right now, like in between breaks, and she's destroying a cheeseburger in between breaks. Doubt it. You don't know much about Chandler? Fair enough. I feel like I've seen enough of him. He's super quick. He's small. He's undersized. Not really like a shooter, but like he's a true point guard. He plays defense. He'll push it. Yeah, I know something about Chandler because I feel like I've watched him and I've been like watching all the college point guards that were like top freshmen because I want a point guard for the Knicks so badly for years now. I don't know anything about Jaden Hardy from the G League. Andrew Nemhard is who Billis is worried about right now. He thinks he's the best passer remaining. I like Keels. Keels, they have him listed as a forward, but he's like a bull of a point guard. He needs to get a shot, a 3-point shot, obviously. I don't understand. I know Justin and Tom preaching to the choir here because I know both of you could shoot the ball. But, like, I don't understand how guys don't figure that out. That's like the easiest part of the game, no? Or at least like be adequate. I'm not saying everyone is going to be a sniper, but you got to be at least adequate if you're trying to be in the NBA. How do you not? I will say I remember before the season Hardy was mocked in the top 5. Okay. I mean, these other teams do their scouting, so if Dyson Daniels is going like 20 picks ahead of him, then he must not be crazy, but this is the range where I would take a shot on somebody with uber potential. I gotta say, the Mitch Rob pick might be the best like value pick in Knicks history. He was like a McDonald's All-American, and he didn't even go to the G League because I don't think it was a thing yet. Mitch Rob would have easily been on the G League Ignite and gotten picked in like the top 7. So the Knicks really, that to us, it's simple. I don't understand how you're not at least decent at shooting the ball once you get to a certain level, especially. But hey, we're all like white dudes. Like I know for a fact the 3 of us are white dudes. So maybe if you have like elite athleticism early on, you don't really care about shooting the ball. You just do whatever you want out there. At least free throws. Like, at least you got to be able to shoot 70% from the free throw line at the NBA in the NBA. And it sounds like an old man take. Damn, the Heat took Jovic. What did I say? I said this dude was going to be something. He was there. First of all, he's there. He's dressed like he's ready to become a State Farm agent. He's Serbian, born in England. Love this guy. I'm a Jovic fan, but I hate the Heat, so. Voted Adriatic League's top prospect. I would buy his FIFA card, too. He probably has there's probably some type of Nikola Jovic FIFA card. See, this guy got 12 points, 4 boards, 3 assists in the Serbian league. But the French dude in the Australian league was getting 9 and 3 and got picked 50. I'll bet my life. Ready? This is the Mikey hot take. I will bet my life that Nikola Jovic, that the Heat just took, is a better player than Ousmane Dieng, who OKC got from the Knicks at 11. I'll bet my life on it. Someone kill me if it's not the case. I'm that confident, and I barely have scouted either of them. But this guy will bring, I guarantee you, he'll bring guaranteed skill to the table, whereas Dieng is just some type of warm, long body that OKC wanted to take a chance on. And if your name ends in an itch, you could stroke it. That's what they just decided. Bogdanovic, Stojakovic, you could shoot it. Petrovic, you could shoot it. For sure. Miami got another sniper. They're going to let... their problem is they paid Duncan Robinson. Like, that's tough. But he's tough to evaluate because he does bring that range to the table. Golden State. It's actually unfair how Golden State has to make a draft pick. They're probably like, at this point, do we care? Like, we're still on the hangover from the finals. Finals just ended. We're on 28. I have been in absolute shambles keeping up with the picks counter, but we're living it up. Malika Andrews is killing it tonight, I gotta be honest. I gotta be honest, Ivy and Cunningham in Detroit. I don't have League Pass, but if I had it, I would tune into some more Detroit games this year just to watch them too. Like, it's an interesting dynamic. I feel like they're both I feel like obviously Cunningham is more brain based and skill based, and I think Ivy is just more of like a freak. But they're both oversized point guards, really playmakers. So we'll see how they work together. I think Cunningham shoots it a lot better. So it's really easy to build like a nice young team when you have multiple top 5 picks though in successive years. So let's not get too excited. Trevor Keels. If Trevor Keels falls to the Knicks or Koloko, those are my 2 guys right now. Kendall Brown from Baylor. I don't hate him either. He's kind of a freak athlete. Kind of like an Obi Toppin light, but still. Who are the Warriors going to take right now that's going to terrorize the playoffs next year? Damn, mad build-up for this pick. The championship team should have the last pick. I don't care what the regular season standings say. Okay, they took a chance on Patrick Baldwin Jr. Don't really like the pick, to be honest with you. He was a number 5 recruit in the ESPN 100 this year, and he decided to just play for his dad at University of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and he averaged 12 points and 5 boards. So I don't know. He's 6'10 and a half, and he could shoot it. So it could be like I mean, the thing about the Warriors is like they're kind of like the old school Spurs in that their system is so set that anybody they add is just going to be like addition. There's no risk. When they picked Wiseman 2 years ago, they were in a foreign situation where they had to make like a high pressure pick, and it also like kind of had to pan out. It's crazy how they were able to take Wiseman, it completely bust, and then they win a ship still in the midst of that. Like that should just tell you how good that big 3 is, in addition of Jordan Poole and Steve Kerr. Like all that squad is just ridiculous. Tom and Justin, we got a pulse. You guys awake? What's up? Don't fizzle out on me. Don't fizzle out on me. It's Thursday night. We got one more day tomorrow. We get through it. And we got the weekend. Summer weekends. Hit harder. Let's go. We here. Julius Randle voice. We here, Justin. We here. You just got cooked by a 196. Who was cooking you? Which card was cooking you? I'm in the works of trying to become like a little bit of a video game content creator. I'm gonna start scheming to get some items so I can start streaming video games. So easy to like make content out of it, and like if I'm playing it anyway, it's just really easy to do. Moments Pele, yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. I have just a Moments George Best just chilling on my club, just not doing anything. That's a shame. That's a real shame. My only Moments pack was George Best, which is pretty fire if you ask me. Like could have been way worse. I didn't know Tom was elite and rocking it on foot too, though. That changes everything. That changes everything. Tom's a Liverpool fan though, so Darwin Nunez a bust, Tom, or what? I don't care what anybody says. Liverpool are gonna miss Sadio Mane for a little bit. Yeah, I mean, Justin, no offense. Your team is just so stacked. Like, so stacked. You basically have a pro level team. You have a streamer team. It's all about you just like grinding the shit out of the game now and just getting better at it. But it's gonna be really fun. Like I'm gonna be on your ass early in on FIFA 23 like for like SBCs and like decisions like that because you killed it for your first year. You picked it up pretty quick. Yeah, I don't think Nunez will be. I think he'll be good, but I think it might take some time. I mean, Liverpool don't really buy players that completely suck anymore. So Grizzlies are Grizzlies are getting frisky. Trading this pick to Houston. Yeah, I mean, Justin, it literally takes years of learning the gameplay and just it being like second nature. So it's just like people have years of experience on you for that. It's just there's no way of catching up in 1 year unless you're like some type of wonder kid. But like I don't know how you built that such a sick team in your first year, but it's actually insane. Ty to the Grizzlies, and it looks like he's going to Houston. He kind of fell. He fell pretty far, to be honest with you. He might have been like one of those dudes that benefited from staying another year. The Knicks worked him out too, and they were just like, nope, I'm good. Calipari got him like a courtesy workout. I'm sorry, does Ty Washington not look like Snoop from The Wire? Tom, you might have just met Snoop. But he looks related to Snoop from The Wire. The only interesting fact they could find about Ty Washington was that he wears number 3 for Allen Iverson. Like, oh my God. What is this, the Little League World Series? – 17 assists in his first game as a point guard for Ty. OKC is busy too. They're trading this pick to Denver. This is when these teams feel comfortable to make trades. They're all too scared early in the draft to make high level decisions, which is why I kind of like what the Knicks did. Like they're just going all in. They're like, we don't need another rookie, and you know what? They have Tom Thibodeau as their coach. As long as they have Tom Thibodeau as their coach, just taking late lottery picks and playing like pretending to play 2K with Thibodeau as your coach is just not a good idea. Either get rid of Tibbs, which I don't even think is the right call. I actually am a Tibbs guy. I think he keeps them at a certain level of competence that the Knicks need. Like they cannot be taking chances on younger coaches or unestablished coaches. I think Tibbs keeps their level at a certain rate that it won't drop to an embarrassing state. And he doesn't like playing younger guys. He doesn't. They have a lot of depth. They have a lot of depth in terms of guards like Quickly, Grimes, Burks, Barrett, Fournier, Rose. All these guys are still under contract and they're going to play. So just drafting another guard because if you don't love somebody, I respect it. Now I'm gassed up for a second-round pick. What is life? What is life? Tom's back from the beer and bathroom run. Yeah, I think I have to make at least a bathroom run. I think I'm done on the beer. It's only Thursday. Yeah, let's get wild at 42. Let's find a Mitch Rob. Listen, Mitch Rob, Grimes, quickly. Sims was a 58th pick. What do you guys think of Sims? I have to use the bathroom, but chat your Sims thoughts. Like, do we think he could be like? Is he just a perennial backup center that's gonna have some moments, or could he be like a DeAndre Jordan type? Peyton Watson, don't love it. All right, I'll be right back. I have to pee again. All right, we back. Who just got taken? Yeah. Justin says Sims is an NBA player but not a starter. That's amazing for 58th. Yeah, I agree. I think he's more of a backup. But his athleticism is NBA starting center, to be honest with you. It's more of if he can – he's a little bit stiff in all his movements, like offensively. Even Mitch Rob, like, is more fluid moving around without the ball and catching lobs and stuff than Sims. That's why I think Mitch Rob is possibly like a top 5 to 7 center in the NBA. I don't know but the thing is about paying him is I don't know if he's gonna eclipse ever grow from that. I know we always see these Mitchell Robinson highlight tapes in the offseason of him doing behind the backs and stuff like that, but it's never gonna happen in the NBA. How have they waited this long to talk to Paolo Banchero? He was the number 1 pick in the draft. Here's the Johnny Davis. Here's a Johnny Davis commercial. Taco Bell. They were like, nah, we're not going to get Paolo. We're not going to get Chet. We're not going to get Jabari. We're going to get the 10th pick. I just don't get it. Like, nobody said Johnny Davis was getting taken top 3. And Taco Bell was like, we're going to scoop this guy up. So if anybody unless Taco Bell must be hot in Wisconsin. It must be all Badger fans buying Taco Bell. Like, that must be a huge part of their business. Because otherwise, I just don't get it. Like, from a marketing standpoint, why are you nobody, like, a random guy who doesn't follow the NBA like that or even follow college basketball like that, it does not know who Johnny Davis is. So why is he in a Taco Bell commercial? At least Chet Holmgren, like, I don't like him. I don't think he's going to be that good, but, like, people know him. You'd be like, wow, that Chet Holmgren Taco Bell commercial, does he even eat Taco Bell? That'd be like a talking point. But now we're talking about no one's talking about only me. I think I'm the only person on earth that's questioning this Taco Bell Johnny Davis campaign. I think it's a horrible. I think they literally had their own draft. Like, who wants to be the face of Taco Bell? And they went all the way down to the 10th pick before someone said yes. There's Shaq and Kobe. Is this like a 90s Lakers documentary coming out on Hulu? I should know, but I don't. Okay, this is going to be must-see, no? Maybe he was their nil signing. Okay. That's fair, Justin, but unless maybe they signed him like middle of the season or something, because Johnny Davis wasn't like, I don't think he was like a 5-star or like anything crazy. I think he just kind of like blew up this year, and everyone's like, yeah, I don't see why this guy wouldn't be a top 10 pick. But I don't know, like, from a marketing standpoint why you would put him. Taco Bell's a national brand. This isn't like a must-have. Kevin Hart, Woody Harrelson movie, too, on Netflix. I'm into that. The Man from Toronto. I'll check it out. Why not? Yeah, he was. Johnny Davis was getting Player of the Year shouts. That's fair. I just don't get, like, I don't know. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I mean that. I'll buy that. If he was their nil sign, if Taco Bell was like, yeah, let's get in on this guy early, he's going to be a beast. And then they were like contractually obligated to give that spot to him, or like they felt like that was the right move because they had him signed, fine. But that's a huge brand that's putting ads during the middle of the NBA draft, that they're paying a lot of money for those. So, I mean, during the draft, it makes sense. People know who he is, the people that are watching the draft. But, like, if I'm watching, like, Friends on TBS and I see Johnny Davis pop up, I have no idea. Someone just texted me any entertaining parts of the stream. I'm going to tell them exactly when the Knicks... I'm telling him to watch the when I thought Dieng was the pick. I do need to go. I'm going to clip that tomorrow. I'm going to find that video, clip that video of me reacting to Ousmane Dieng. I think it's hysterical. Because I was deeply hurt. Like, that was the last guy. I love how I document, like, I get all these thoughts out beforehand, so everything is open and honest on record, I was going to end the stream if that. There's no way I was making it to the second round tonight. There's no way I was making it to the second round if they took Ousmane Dieng at 11. All right, so we're in round 2. Pick 32. Orlando's back on the clock. They got Paolo already. I don't love that. Like, this hasn't been a great draft. And to me, this was never a great draft to me coming into it. But it was more about the fact that we knew the Knicks needed to do something interesting. So we got Ngandi and Gumake. I don't know how to say her name that well. Jalen Rose and Stephen A. interviewing Paolo. Paolo has the worst suit in the history of the NBA draft. If anybody, Justin, I need your thoughts. I know you're a fashion expert here. What do you think of the Paolo suit? His chain is ridiculous. Like that's out of this world. But like the suit, to me, it's not working. I'm not a fan. We're 3.5 hours right now streaming. I don't want to hear it. This is dedication. The East is getting better. I think the East is a better conference. This fit sucks. I agree, Justin. I thank you. Thank you for confirming that I'm not completely lost. Ben Mather and Jaden Ivey looking sharp. I think Jaden Ivey looked crisp. I thought he looked great. The Knicks trade. This Knicks trade is taking 2 hours to be announced officially. Orlando took Caleb Houston. Not a bad pick. Second round. I like his upside. Billis had upside right away too. Ben, best fit of the night. Yeah, Ben looks good too. Of course, both the guys we wanted look great. We couldn't take them. Did I not say that Billis was too high on EJ Liddell? Did I not say that? Because he's his number 1 on this board, and he's still sitting there. EJ Liddell is like, he has to go to, like, all right, so the Raptors are picking right now. Maybe they could take him. $42. You know what? Something about the 42nd pick just kicking to me just makes me feel good. Makes me feel like we're gonna get somebody. We're gonna get an impact player at 42. Eventually, may not right away, but eventually, the 42nd pick in this draft. If the Knicks keep them, if the Knicks take a stasher, a Euro stash, like I'm just gonna. This will be the funniest stream of all time. Not that obviously I like the NBA draft in general, but it's a New York channel here. Billis has a dude from Toledo in his top 10 left. He must shoot like 60% from three.
Looking at some of these players, guys up here that are versatile and can shoot it. And Scotty Barnes could make a shot. I think he's going to be a better shooter and continuing to improve in that area. But the versatility, the length, his ability to rebound, handle the ball, play as a point guard.
Trevor Keels. I'd be okay with Kennedy Chandler or Trevor Keels. If you go back, I tweeted about Trevor Keels like 4 months ago that I liked him in the late rounds or late picks, whatever. There's only 2 rounds. You know what I mean? Respect, Tom. I appreciate that. You know this is like a holiday for me every year. I want to get back into streaming. I want to just like stream when I can, but like I don't know. Baseball stream, if I'm going to stream about the Mets like every day, that just gets tiresome and I don't have the energy for that. But also like football season, we'll probably hop back in. NBA season, we'll probably hop back in. So I'm more of a fall streamer, let's put it that way. Summer, if the Mets make the playoffs, I'll stream some Mets playoff game. Maybe I'll stream Subway Series game or something. I mean, yeah, obviously, Tom, like you guys are just been. It's like I'm hanging out with 2 of my cousin and my best friend here, so not hard for me, but. The Raptors took Coloco, so that means he's going to be a Hall of Famer. Yep. 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 First round talent. I really need to be a scout, man. I should have been a scout. An NBA scout. I don't care what you say. I could easily be that dude Sugarman from Hustle. I could easily be Adam Sandler from Hustle. It's getting Clint Capella comps. That might be Perk's best comp of the night, honestly. I definitely need to clip that video of me reacting to Dieng tomorrow. If I do nothing else tomorrow, I need to do that. And put it on Twitter and Instagram because I was really hurt. Like, that was the last guy. They could have taken anybody else, and I would have tried to cope. But him, no. Yeah, I mean, this dude was dunking in random hoops in Cameroon a few years ago, and now he was good enough to play for Arizona and get drafted. Like, this guy's going to be a beast. Toronto, that pisses me off. Toronto's in our division too. Toronto is really good. Tim Kirchin impression. The Raptors are really good. Really good. If I had a full-time editor, I would have somebody like skim through this and make a video tomorrow for all the good parts, but that would take an entire day. The Thunder making their 27th pick tonight. Jalen Williams. Is this the second Jalen Williams we've seen tonight, if I'm not mistaken? Like a big man, rebounder, shot blocker. I mean, it looks like the Thunder finally took somebody that has like the ability to play the next season on the court and try. I cannot wait to watch Chet, to be honest with you. If you think I'm wrong, I don't know. I think Chet, I don't think he'll be relevant for 3 years. So I don't like to take guys in the top 3 overall picks that I don't think will be stars or have a chance of being a star right away. I just think, like, in this day and age, if you're taking a top 3 guy, he needs to be impact right away, at least valuable. I think Chet will be like a very bad Porzingis right away. Wiz Khalifa Diop is Billis' 8th best remaining player. Is this the Lakers' first pick of the draft? They kind of need to snipe somebody. The Lakers and Knicks are very similar right now, except the Lakers have LeBron, so they always have a higher upside. And obviously AD. I'm not an AD guy. Like, if you're ranking like max contracts, I think AD is a ticking time bomb. I would not touch him with a 10-foot pole. I would almost rather have Kyrie than AD. Think about that. AD to me is just like a combination of health and just like his game to me is not really based, like, I don't know. He's always been a jack of all trades, master of none to me, and then like if his motor and athleticism slip now, which it looks like they have, I'm not the biggest AD guy right now. I really think I would rather have Kyrie than AD if I'm starting a team. Crazy. That is a hot take. I understand that is a hot take, but I'm not sure. Did the Lakers trade for this pick? Just another guy streaming 4 hours for a Knicks second round draft pick. Name somebody else. Figure somebody else out who will do that. I don't care what your channel is. I don't care how famous they are. Nobody's streaming for 4 hours waiting for a Knicks second round draft pick. Dude, AD all over Twitter. Dude, AD all over Twitter just playing COD, and there was a clip of him saying he hasn't shot a ball since April. Oh, wow. And they did trade for this pick today. Okay. AD saying he hasn't picked up a ball since April is insane. Just admitting that on a live stream for him is just insane. How do you admit that? And you're on the Lakers. It's not like he's on the Pelicans anymore. Laker fans are going to freak out when they hear that. As soon as he starts bricking shots in the beginning of the season, Laker fans are going to start chirping him. Laker fans are crazy, man. They're one of the few. The Lakers are literally the Cowboys of the NBA. Except I don't hate them as much because they're not in the same division. MLB The Show 22. Let's go. Tom, you got to get on that Diamond Dynasty. Lakers took Max Christie, another shooter. Looks like a teen. He looks like a baby. Oh my God. He's got a really good stroke, but he shot 32% from three. I mean, it happens, but not really. Maybe he was trying to do too much. Yeah, 32% from three. I don't know, man. 32% from three is bad. I don't care. Like, eventually you stop shooting them. Nah, yeah, he's getting drafted off of his McDonald's All-American status, Justin. That's it. LeBron was like, which one of these kids has the highest 2K potential? JP Baller, what's up? What's up, James? Welcome. You're joining us towards the end here. We've been streaming for 3.5 hours, completely for free. That's called dedication. JP, yeah, back on YouTube. Why not, right? Watching the draft. Felt the need to get on it tonight, so why not? We have the option always. We can always hop on and deliver the people content if we feel the need. But James, I need to know, I mean, you're a Nets fan. How are you feeling today? Do you want to talk about it? Do you need a hug? What's up? Do you need a hug, James? Did you hear the news? The Nets pretty much are exploding in front of our eyes. The greatest Eastern Conference semifinal team ever assembled from 2 years ago. Yeah, exactly. There we go, Tom. What's up with your Nets? What's going on with Ayton? Where's Ayton going? He's getting traded, right? Or not signing with Phoenix or something?
With the 36th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Portland Trail Blazers select Gabriele Procida from Como, Italy.
Oh my God, the Blazers took an Italian dude.
Probably one of the best shooters in the draft. 6'8", 193, athletic wing. Can do a little bit of everything.
Looks like a... I'm just going to compare him to Gallinari. Just going to call him Gallinari.
The likelihood is that this might be a stash pick where probably don't see him for a couple years. So great value.
Stash pick for Portland.
As far as I said, one of the best shooters in this draft.
Thank you so much for that insight. The Sacramento Kings, they are now back on the clock, but I do want to go back to
Detroit proposed trade popped up on the side.
Jaden Ivey share his moment with his mother, the hugs that they shared, and he sat down with our Mark on the clock. Take a listen.
As Janae said, this is sort of a
The Kings are trading the number 37 pick to the Mavericks for 2 second-round picks, and Dallas is taking Jaden Hardy. So here's what the Knicks did. Knicks traded the 11th pick to Oklahoma City. Then Oklahoma City traded 3 firsts to the Knicks. Then the Knicks traded the Denver 2023 first and 4 seconds to Charlotte for the 13th pick. Then we took the 13th pick and Kemba Walker to trade for a 2025 first. So we traded the 11th, Kemba, 4 seconds, and we get 3 first-round picks. Yeah, Tom, I love her too. She's great. Malika Andrews is great. Jaden Ivey is still crying, or is this from before? I thought he would be at the club by now. You hate Jay Billis, James? I've never heard of such a thing. Never heard of such a thing. I've always somewhat rated Billis.
Every single day, I work my hardest, to help my team win. And, I
Wow. So he's still crying. I'm sorry. I think that's fake.
I just want to remind everybody of the special relationship that Mia and Jaden have. So she's the head coach, as Monica mentioned, of the Notre Dame women's basketball team. She also coached with the Memphis Grizzlies. She coached John Morant, and she coached him.
Wow. So Jaden Ivey's mom is legit, the Notre Dame women's basketball coach, and she coached at Memphis for the Memphis Grizzlies.
So let's send it back to the podium to find out who is headed to the Olympics.
With the 37th pick in the 2022 NBA draft, the Sacramento Kings select Jaden Ivey from the NBA Champions team.
This dude has been in the green room all night. Adam Silver's clapping. Kendrick Perkins rates Jaden Hardy. Wow, he was the number 2 recruit last year. Okay, yeah, this guy might be legit, but he went to Sacramento. So, what's up with that? Jaden Hardy goes to Sacramento. They have Davion Mitchell, De'Aaron Fox. So maybe he'll be a backup. I mean, he will be a backup right away, but he's going over Trevor Keels. I don't know. We're probably going to end the stream after the Knicks selection, shortly after. I mean, we're going on 4 hours here, so understood. But I do want to see. We made it this far. We might as well see who the Knicks get. Mikey Hot Takes is back whenever I please, to be honest with you. You know, life is difficult. We got work. We got all these other things going on. But, like, when I feel the urge, like the NBA draft, I'm just going to let it rip. So, I guarantee when the Giants' first game comes out, I'll be back for the first game. Guarantee that. Will I make it through the full season? Who knows? If they have a pulse, maybe I'll make it through the full season. They haven't had a pulse in so long. I don't know if I can stream. It's literally like prison when you're watching a football game and your team's down like 25 points. There's nothing you can do. Works all right, James. How about you, bro? Spurs again. The Spurs have already made 3 tremendous picks tonight. They got Sohan, Branham, and Blake Wesley. And then they took Kennedy Chandler. Dude, the Spurs GM, I basically am the Spurs GM. Like, if I was making the picks for the Spurs tonight, I would have made all the picks the Spurs made. I liked every single pick the Spurs made. Did I not say I liked every player? Maybe not Branham. I wasn't really high on Branham, but that's mainly because I wasn't looking at forwards for the Knicks. Yeah, I figured that's where you were working, James. You like it? You enjoy it? I wonder if these guys at their homes have like a million hats. I'm a Tottenham Hotspur fan, not a San Antonio Spurs fan, but they've made great picks. The Spurs have made great picks tonight. They took Blake Wesley, who I love. They took Jeremy Sohan, who I loved. They took Malachi Branham, who I think could be really good. Love that. Free baseball, nothing wrong with that. You get to see some prospects, some Yankee prospects. Was Anthony Volpe on them this year, or is he on them last year? What's up with that? Cleveland's on the clock. 39th pick. This is dragging, let's be honest. Knicks aren't doing anything in terms of trades anymore. They better just get Jalen Brunson, call it a night. In a few days, whatever. Shams and Woj, just ridiculous. Oh, wow. Chapman's at Somerset. People were really getting freaked out. People are really upset that the Knicks didn't just like take someone at 11. J.D. Davison, that's a name I like. If the Knicks take J.D. Davison, my eyes will be open. I've been tweeting about him all year as well. I really like his upside. His athleticism is crazy, through the charts. Mets are looking good. I mean, it's too early for me to get excited. I still think the Braves might catch them, to be honest, unless the Mets can get Scherzer and DeGrom back humming at the same time, which is just a pipe dream. I think the Braves could catch them, to be honest. Doesn't mean they can't make the playoffs, make a wild card, but call me a pessimist. I don't know if the Mets can keep this going up throughout the whole season unless they make some trades, which they probably will have to do. I've seen like 50 Morbius commercials too. Still not going to watch it for anytime soon. It's going to have to be on TV for me to watch it, I think. A new Marvel legend comes home. That doesn't even make sense. He's new and a legend? How are you a new legend? Wiz Khalifa just got taken. Mets were looking at Luis Castillo today. That would get me excited. That would get me going. Cleveland just took Wiz Khalifa, Diop. Yep, we're almost there. Dude, if the Knicks trade this down, this will be the funniest stream of all time. Not that I didn't have fun watching the draft in general, just talking about these guys, but nothing I'm gonna lose sleep over or gain sleep over. Put it that way. I mean, this guy looks like a monster. Also looks like a hard 6 foul. Like he'll give 6 flat fouls as soon as he steps on the court, but kind of a freak. Khalifa Diop. I really like J.D. Davison and Trevor Keels. If the Knicks could get Keels, J.D. Davison, I'll be excited. You know what? I have a feeling they're just going to take a Euro and stash him and just save Cat. EJ Liddell is still falling. I told you guys hours ago that Billis had him too high. Probably 2.5 hours ago at this point.
the Oklahoma City Thunder for the draft rights to Peyton Watson, the 30th pick, and 2 future second-round picks.
Wow.
With the 40th pick in the 2022 NBA Draft, the Minnesota Timberwolves select Bryce McGowens from the University of Nebraska.
And he is actually on his way to Charlotte, not the Minnesota Timberwolves. You can see him in the stands, getting the news on the phone.
Bryce McGowens.
What makes him so special, Jay?
Well, he's a high scorer. He's a guard, forward, hybrid. He's athletic, very talented. Averaged about 17 points.
Yeah, this dude looks interesting. As a second rounder, I don't mind it.
And he's got a ton of moves, and he can make high difficulty shots. You know, he only shot 27% from three-point range, but he's a very good
Yikes. He shot 27% from 3, though.
gets down middle to attack defenses. But he shoots
Looks like Wesley Johnson from Syracuse, who went like 30 picks higher than this guy. So,
improve that three-point shooting.
all right, New Orleans is already picked. Their pick is already in before this guy even gets to the stage.
Pick, is that his first guy since Tyron Lee? Or he was a first rounder? That was the last first rounder back in the 90s. Nebraska lives.
You can see him having his moment there at Deputy Commissioner Mark Tatum. As you mentioned, though,
Mark Tatum gave him just like such a dap.
up there. The moment of the handshake.
All right. I don't mind Kendall Brown. I don't dislike Kendall Brown. I like
The Pelicans, once again, they're on the clock. And
J.D. Davison, and I like
Pelicans, it seems synonymous, right, with Zion Williams.
Trevor Keels.
The entire season.
So if one of them gets taken, I'll be happy.
It was now doing this.
And we will be wrapping it up shortly after this pick.
He would have won that suit in the draft.
I mean, him and Paolo are kind of going kind of 1 and 2 there a little bit.
Hats are different. Yeah, there's like an NBA logo next to the team logo. All right, New Orleans. Last pick before the Knicks.
With the 41st pick of the 2022 NBA Draft, the New Orleans Pelicans select Aj Liddell from The Ohio State University.
Wow, Mark Tatum, he gave him the Ohio State. EJ Liddell finally goes. All right, so we're at the Knicks. We're going to sign off shortly after this pick, especially if they just draft a Euro. I'm just going to cold exit.
Really improved his offensive game. He was more of a low post player his first couple years at Ohio State, but he moved out and played far more on the perimeter. He's got a good shot, but he's a really good shot blocker. He can change
Bill has had him way too high.
timing, his athleticism. He's got really good feet. And
Solid player, but I just wouldn't have taken him in the top 20 like Bill's had him.
he can step away and shoot the three-point range. Turnaround jumper, just mature, really good leader.
I kind of hope the Knicks take J.D. Davison here because I've been kind of like low-key watching him for a while because he's kind of the explosiveness that I would like the Knicks to get. They're never going to take him. Never. They never take who I want them to take.
Team that he's playing against. The New York Knicks are now on the clock. I want to check in with our senior NBA insider, Adrian Woj.
Woj.
Heavily disappointment in the building when the Knicks traded out of number 11 and they deal with Oklahoma City. Got 3 future first-round picks, and then they were part of a 3-team deal that sent Jalen Williams from Charlotte through New York to Detroit. They also offloaded Kemba Walker and his $9.5 million contract. And listen, the goal for this Knicks team right now, gather up assets, use those first-round picks that they can use in future trades and get salary cap space to make a run in free agency in Dallas. Mavericks guard Jalen
Okay, so Woj just confirmed that Brunson's the move.
try to lure Brunson to New York, his former agent. Leon Rose is the president of the Knicks, and they just hired his father.
So Jalen Brunson used to be Leon Rose used to be Brunson's agent.
I'm told that he's expected to negotiate a contract
So Kemba's going to get a buyout from the Pistons. Perk sounds stupid. Perk is an idiot. He's acting like Jalen Brunson would be the number one option on the Knicks. He's had a shocking night. Perk is better on NBA Today and First Take than he is on the draft.
With the 42nd pick in the 2022 NBA draft, the New York Knicks select Trevor Keels. There you go.
That's a good pick. What did I say? Go back. I have tweets that saying that I wanted the Knicks to take Trevor Keels. I like it. What did I say? What did I say? Let's go. I'm actually pumped about this for a second rounder. Let's find the tweet. Can you guys see that? Can you guys see that? It says, when the Knicks inevitably get screwed in the lottery, I want them to take a long look at Trevor Keels from Duke. He's special and being underrated. I just retweeted it. So there you go. That's from me watching him play at Duke. That's not from anything else. I was clearly watching him play and said, I like this guy. He is a tank. He's a bully of a point guard. So he's the 5th Duke player. I'm happy with Keels. I really like Keels. You know what? I want to sign off. I want to sign off and say goodbye because I'm happy right now. I like Trevor Keels. I really do. And I just retweeted. Go back and look at my Twitter. This is from... What is this from? This is from March 5th. So, months ago. Not like I just woke up yesterday and said we should take Trevor Keels. I liked him. I scouted him. I'm happy. This guy can play. He's a tank of a point guard. Maybe not the best shooter you'll ever see, but he is strong. And he can get downhill, and he'll put pressure on the defense. And for a second-round pick, he's not going to be that elite star that maybe you can project Jaden Ivey to be or Ben Mathurin. But right away, I know this guy's going to get downhill in the pick and roll, put pressure on the defense, set up his teammates, and get to the basket, get free throw attempts. He gets to the line a lot. If I remember correctly, this guy gets to the line a lot. He, as a freshman at Duke, he was one of the strongest players on the court all the time. I'm really excited. Like, as a second-round pick, I love Trevor Keels. I tweeted that maybe they should look at him in the first round in March. So, and I wasn't thinking they were going to have like an 11th pick, but if they had like the 16th pick or something like that, or whatever, 14th, I was looking at Trevor Keels then because I really wanted a point guard that can get downhill, and I think Trevor Keels will do that in the pick and roll. Will he get minutes right away? I don't know, but he's going to be tough. And watch in the summer league how much Knicks fans like him. He's going to be on living at the free throw line, living going downhill. He's not going to be drained in the 3-ball, at least I don't think. But that's okay if he's going to be a true point guard that knows how to put pressure on the rim and kick it out to his other teammates. So overall, the Knicks have added picks. They've shedded Kemba Walker's salary. They drafted Trevor Keels. Am I ecstatic? Am I over the moon? No. I'm not going to lie to you. There's nothing to be like jumping at right now until Jalen Brunson is signed, and then maybe we can discuss how that whole thing will operate. But like I said, if the Brunson is the only move they're making, then I'm still skeptical. There needs to be more than that. But Trevor Keels, good pick. And yeah, it was good to be back on the YouTube. We've been back for over 4 hours, so I hope you guys enjoyed. I want to give a shout out to Tom and Justin in the chat because they've been with me the whole time. Shout out to you guys. You guys are the homies. I'll see you guys soon, hopefully. And yeah, If you want to go back, look through this whole thing. There's been plenty of fun. So we went through 42 picks. 42 picks just to get Trevor Keels, and I'm excited about it. So that's it for me. Another great stream. Thank you to everyone who showed up, and peace.